Now, Rex, move. Come on, good doggo. Okay. I was grinding a bit more today. Oh, hi, Clay. Oh, yeah, I got a freighter pretty quick. This is a pirate dreadnought thing, I think. The very first one I captured was an S. I was very surprised. I haven't seen one since. They all seem to be Cs. But still no luck on that Sentinel. I've been checking pirate systems. They're useless. Yeah, very first time. Very first time. I almost just took to ransom until I scanned it. That I didn't expect. But I've taken out about 20 since, and they've all been C's. Isn't that strange? No B's, no A's, all straight C's. The same with the pirate systems. I don't know, maybe it's a glitch or a bug or something. But every planet I find a Sentinel on, they're all C's. Not to mention the design and color useless. Yeah, I'm giving up on the pirate systems. I've taken about 3 dozen ships so far. None of them are even remotely interesting, and every single one of them except one was a C. So if there's a 5% chance on that, it's beyond me. Yeah, but this is what I did on this, and I'm eventually gonna have to get around to decorating it properly. I have a ton of upgrades on this thing so far. Yeah, there's the upgrades. But I'm working on clearing more space on this. So that's kind of interesting, you know. Yeah, so there's nothing worse than a dingy teleport room. You don't know where you are, so I did open it up a bit. I still have a lot more decorating and slight adjustment on this. That's the weapons guy on that. Got a couple of stellar things in here and the exocraft thing. 2 refiners and something else in here. Something got to do with the exocraft. There it is. On that. But I've got every room I need and double up on a few. Hi, Targ. Oh, I never heard that one. I haven't tuned into the news for a long time. Inglesby. The name is very, very, very familiar. Nah, that wasn't the guy in our Wonderly wagon, was it? Couldn't have been. Tested the theory, 100% true. Let the civilian ship get defeated. Yeah, I've been doing it since. Every time, an S. Yeah. Yeah. Vaguely remember. Yeah, I vaguely remember. So he passed away. That is sad. Yeah, I've got a few more upgrades with that system. It's the only way I can get any upgrades from it. So I'd say if there's a bug rate, it's once you get a reward, you're only getting 1 reward. It's just giving you the first reward. So if you skip the reward from the freighter, you'll get a reward with the upgrade. Not too bad. Just tired. And a little bit cold. Are you feeling cold tonight, Targ? Yeah. I usually have a little kind of blow heater here from my feet. But that thing went sideways yesterday. It blew up. And I haven't got time. I didn't get the chance to replace it. And out of like 30 tries, 1 S Dreadnought. Yep. Every one for me so far has been a C. But I already have an S Dreadnought, so It doesn't really matter. But I suppose if you wanted to collect some of the freighters and you wanted a mess, it would be kind of handy. Yeah, yeah. It is. I thought it was just me, you know, blood pressure and everything. But I'm only cold in my feet. It's just my feet, you know. Well, that's common, isn't it? When you've got blood pressure. Yeah, it seems to be working for me anyway. But there's one thing I found as well, Raid, that I'm literally wasting my time looking for a decent ship or an S-class on a pirate system. Out of about 30 as well, it's given me that NCs with really horrible designs. That little transformer one I got, I think I got that in a 3-star. I'm going to start sticking to the 3-star now and see how it goes, even if it is supposed to be 2%. Oh, good evening, Wolf. Oh, I might try to see what I can do with the decorating pieces I have on this. We'll do a little bit on this and then we'll move on. So I've pretty much given up on the pirate systems to land a ship. So what I'll do now is probably the 3-star systems. Yeah, doesn't matter for me, Raid. I can fly to any system. 1-star, 2-star, dissident or not. Once that time is up to do that fight, I'll always get a C-class freighter, and if I do it that way, I'll always get a module, an S-class module. I'm getting S-class modules from the C-class freighters, but I think that's the way it is, isn't it? Yeah, everyone has been. I just took one out about an hour ago. I got a trading thing. You get a few duplicates here and there, but you know I have a lot of upgrades as it is. I don't know. I think maybe the update. See, I haven't played it that long, and I haven't played it before the update, so I have nothing to compare it to. But with me, when that is due after the X amount of hours, well, basically any system I go to, I'll get the C-class freighter, and if I take it out that way, I'll get an S-class module. So, how was the day, Wolf? So that's what I've done here. Oh, sugar. Yeah, I better start doing some decorating later so I'll know where I'm going. Well, down here I've got the other 5 things, you know those? I never use them. All of this junk here. So every combination, all of them. Was storage in here. I did see another couple of bugs in this as well. It took me a couple of hours to figure it out. Well, basically putting a stairway in doesn't bring over the electricity over here. These were not growing. It said this was abandoned and there was an infinity symbol on these. Now, I said, okay, if that's not working, I brought the rooms beneath. That still didn't work. So once I put a couple of the glass walkways here, the whole thing powered up. So only the glass walkways and the open walkways will do it. The problem with the glass walkways is, for me, on this run, if I do any turns on them, the middle disappears. And after a few jumps with the freighter, they go sideways really quick. But I did some tests on these, they're perfect. But I wanted this anyway. And it kind of worked out okay. So I'll do a little bit out here after. I was thinking if I get away with the decorations, I might open up another area for a kind of mess hall and living quarters and things like that. But you see, I don't really know what this game can take. Tired, yeah. I'm tired all the time. There's 7 potential upgrades: mining, fuel, combat, exploration, trade, and speed. All for the fleet. And the 7 hybrid. Oh, right. I'll show you the ones I have. I have, well, the B ones I got from, I think I got from frigates, or from, those derelicts. So that's, what's that? That's mining, isn't it? Mining, trade. That one is defenses. That one is science. And that one is speed. Yeah, there's speed there. That one is efficiency. Yeah, I've gotten a few. I have. I've only got 6 because I hadn't got time to really look into it. And just to get rid of them, I'm sending all 5 off on a mission. When I got this, I bought 2 S-Class. And the rest I bought in C's, and just, you're probably better off buying them in C's, getting high numbers, and, you can add another 3 to that then, So, the combat one's around 27, when they're done. But I have a few frigates here. And I've been working on the squadron as well, but I wanted them all a certain type of exotic ship. Oh, there's the fleet there. And I just got that guy in a moment ago. He came at 20 on a C. They'll come up, the highest one I've seen was 21. So for a raider, obviously, it won't combat. Now, after a closer look at these guys, they have a lot of downfalls as well. So you'd want to look at the ship properly. Yeah, that's what I found out, the negative traits. Sorry, that was the audio went for a moment. I just noticed that a while back, when I just looked over, there is negative traits like, harder on fuel or bring science or something down. So, sending them with the fleet might not be the best idea. So, I'll go through these ones later and see what's what. And the ones I hire in future, what you'd want, let's say, is if you're going for, let's say, the combat guys, about 21 is good. No negative traits. That would be about decent. And the fuel, I suppose the best you could get it on a C would be 4. But the fuel is not too bad. It's easy enough to make. Definitely, yeah. Now let me get something to drink. So, these freighters were not exactly designed for decorating. But we'll see what we can do with them. I tried a few pieces and some of them look out of place. But putting rugs on the floor is a definite no-go. There's a kind of unevenness to it that will swallow up some of the rug. I'll show you what I mean. So, I'm gonna have to make a decision here anyway on this one way or the other. So if I can decorate these and get the rest of the windows and that done, then I'll consider, we'll see how the ship takes it. We'll leave it for a while and see how it takes it, and then I'll consider, maybe doing a mess hall and crew quarters and that kind of thing. They'll never use it, but, So, first of all, we will look at furniture. So, if we're going with something... Let me just have a look. See, I'm not too fond of these guys here. But I will have a quick look for a moment and just see how it goes. Just let me have a look. I don't know, I think we could make something like that work. Table in the center. I might do it, yeah. Now, let me show you what I mean about this. Now, that was just a test run. And we'll fit them in correctly in a moment. Where was the carpet? There's a few things here I might be able to use, but Furniture seems about right. You see what I mean? It gets swallowed up. Now, I suppose... No, it's gonna be swallowed. Yeah. That's a waste of time anyway, doing carpets. They work better on the settlements, but on these pieces, not so much. Yeah, yeah. And it's not a problem. Just send out a whole bunch of them out on some silly quest. Oh, the waiting time for your fleet to come in. So maybe something like that, and let's see what we have in tables. Okay. Well, that would be probably the way to go on this. So just roughly, I'll leave it there. Let's see. Yeah, I could possibly see something like that work if I could get it a little tighter. What's that in the center? Yeah. Okay. We need one of those there, and we need one of those there, and then I'll see about the windows. I think that's the best we're gonna do, but we're gonna have to be a lot neater than this, guys. Okay, well, this is gonna be nasty. Tell, let's say, by keeping these things straight, it's gonna be a bit of a nightmare. We've got to do this perfectly. I wonder... Nah, that would be silly. It could be done, but that would be kind of silly. Xbox, there's too much of a slide on this. Now that we could get away with, guys. I think we could get away with that. Yeah, that we could get away with. Now if we get the other one in nice and neat like that, then we do something in the middle. Although the spacing of it will have to be pretty decent. Now, you see on this, unlike Fallout, you know, when you turn it on as access, you know, you can't do it in increments. You're literally free-handing the whole thing, so it is kind of nasty. The only way I can tell which way it's going is... yeah, something like that. See how you can straighten it up that way, and we just come out that. That's about there. It's gonna be nasty setting up these two. I think that's almost it. I can't see this guy's shoulders in the way. That's not bad. Although it did need a little fraction. And it's a tiny bit off. That's the problem with this one. Yeah, I think we're better off judging it from here, you know that? I'll have to get used to these pieces. See, my own body is getting in the way. Yeah, it's gonna be impossible. Okay, well, I'll have to struggle with this for a moment. It's gonna take a bit to get this last one in. No Croc Sky. Pushing them together would be... It's a pity they jump all over the place when you click on them. So, what we'll do is we'll measure it up this way here. Yeah, that would be perfect. But the problem is when we push back like this. Well, we'll just have to guess it. Yeah, we'll literally just have to guess it. I don't know. That looks fairly good, although I'm really not happy with that. Yeah, if I could straighten it up from this side, and we could... This would be the ideal way to do it. Okay, let's give it one more try. I'll just get a feel for this. See, that's the problem, isn't it? I can't get a right angle on this. Well, I suppose ideally would be to go center on something like this. Now my body's in the way. Let me go over here. No. My own... You should... If you could go invisible... My own character is getting in the way. I can't see what I'm doing. Oh, hang on. I'm so stupid. I think I can kind of get back out from this. Let me do this again. I did it before with the larger pieces. Where is that one? Scale, top of free, rotate, cycle part, toggle. Building camera, that's the one. There it is. Now that's better. Now I think I'll be able to work this alright. This is way, way better. Now, what I'll do is if I fail at this, I'll get center on this. I think this would be a better... And I have no centerpiece. Just to go dead center, but... It's actually not bad. There is a building camera. I'll have to go center, I'd say, guys. I see no other way from this. Let's see if we're going to get this right. So, what was it? This one. See, the problem is finding center on this little guy. Well, ideally you'd like to bring that one straight on there. See on there? Now I can see where it's off a tad. So let's just say for a moment we bring it on that one. And then you'd be doing something similar on this, which would leave it about there. I'm really on the wrong position for this. I think we'll be able to do it that way. It's a better system. At least I can get all of them the same. Once we figure out this little problem, we'll be able to get through it right quick. So, we'll level up. Let me see if we can get that roughly. We'll be leveling it up on that guy there. And all we'd have to do is not exactly ideal, is it? It's not exactly ideal. Let me see. Is there a way to hide our sin? Let me have a look. No, it's too big. I know there's got to be something here. Yeah, we'll figure this out, guys. What's this thing? No, that's looking horrible. They're pretty small. Small. I don't know. I suppose if you're really stuck, you could. It's not gonna bode well with that table. What about the lights? Let me see. Okay, they're not much of a help, are they? They're very outside looking. I meant to come in later and figure out what I was going to do with these. But no, these can be done. It's just going to be a little bit iffy. And they don't blend together great, do they? Okay. Is there anything we could use on this? Here. Well, that would do a hiding job, but it's not covering it enough. No, that's a ridiculous situation, that one. But it's not the worst, I suppose. Find a place for that little guy later. What about this? Oh! Here, let me just see. I don't know, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. I don't think it's gonna suit with a table. A small table. A metal box scale bigger than a sofa table. You probably have to set the first in the middle. Oh, I've got that stuff, yeah, ready here. But I'm just kind of familiarizing myself with how this works. I've never built before on this. On other games I have, like Valheim and Fallout 4. Just figuring out how finicky, the pieces are. And how have you been? Tisna, is it? Sorry if I've pronounced your tag wrong. Yeah, just kind of experimenting with the pieces, and then I'll come to a decision. Basically, I'd like to do it properly, to be honest. You know, where we'd set these two pieces up. Well, I went on these here, but the spacing is correct. I know it doesn't really make a difference, but I just like to do it that way. I'm just seeing if there's something that would... Let me see. Well, the lights don't go in here, alright. You know, they'll come in handy later. Well, that's saved me a lot of hassle. I'm kind of liking this so far. To get a little bit more green in, guys. Let me see. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. I think that would do it. Yeah, I think I'm kind of liking that. So, there's not an absolute ton of decorating stuff, and you know, this is the freighter. On the freighter, the carpets don't work at all on the floor. They're very glitchy. Oh, the clipping is nasty. Let me show you. But it's the design of the pieces. I've seen it from time to time on Fallout 4 on certain pieces, on the modded pieces. You know, I'm on Xbox. You know, you can get mods on Xbox for decorating. Let me show you this. But you probably know this one. But this is me just having a little practice at this. You see what I mean? It's not too bad now, guys. There it is. You see it? But the pieces are not exactly level. And if you try and outsmart this and put one on the other, it just floats. So that's not a worker, you know? It just floats, yeah. Are the worst, aren't they? Well, it's not exactly the carpets, it's these pieces here. Yeah, it's these pieces here. They're not entirely even. I think it's the pieces themselves. The only way they would manage to fix that, the easiest way would be to make the carpets a little bit higher. So, yeah, okay, I'm pretty good with that. It could take me an hour to level that up. It is leveled properly, but no matter how close we'll fit them together, there'll never be a seamless edge. So I'm good with that. I'm not sure about this. Maybe it's a bit on the big side, but we don't exactly have a ton of this stuff to deal with. Let me see. Now, obviously, we'll do this the easy way. Now, we could, if we wanted, to push back here, but let's say roughly we'll just leave it here for a moment and see. Just quickly. I'll set it properly in a moment. Yeah, that's too much. I want to seal that off. So what about say roughly there for a moment. Yeah. I'll push it out to the other one. I think I can live with that. Yeah. I'm guessing that they're a little bit bloated on one end. You'll see that on lots of pieces from time to time. Did you ever notice how buggy these are here? How would I pronounce your tag? Is it Trisna, is it? I know there's no or. Is it pronounced Trisna? Now, when I did this here, I put a stairs in here and I put a large agricultural place up top, I quickly realised that I wasn't getting power, so I knew the stairs wasn't carrying it. I tried, let's say, putting rooms beneath. That didn't work, and I realised that the only thing would power up plants was the corridors. Now, what I've noticed with the corridors, well, let me show you. Yeah, let me just save here for a moment. Especially after you fast travel with this freighter. But this is why I built like this. I had a slightly different plan in mind. Tristna. Perfect. Yeah. I was just hesitant to say it because there's no ore. So I went with this. This was good enough to power it up. Now, if you go... Here, let me show you. If you do something like this... Now, watch this. It didn't do it on the first run, and now it's doing it ever since. Let me just put this here for a moment. Okay, that messed up real big. Yeah, let me go out here. I can reload anyway. So, these are okay with straight lines, right? As long as you're not forming something, I'll show you like this. You see that? You see this? Now, when I first built this, this wasn't here. That was filled in, and I had some kind of decal on it. So it disappeared not long after, and now every time I build that, it's like that. But if you do it to an extreme, going around some rooms, which is a bit tight anyway, you notice after a few fast travels, it seems like the part that you have coming here from the room is literally sticking out here. Really ugly. These are pretty buggy. They really don't work well together when you're forming this kind of thing. Now, if this happened first, I would assume that that was the way it was. It was some kind of window. But no, that was filled in the first time. But out from that, if you do it around the room, you fast travel a few times, you're going to have problems here. So I decided not to go with this. But I will be putting something in walkways and straight lines later if I'm doing a kind of mess room and crew quarters and stuff. It took me ages to figure that one out. No. So just trying to get a feel for these. You know, every building system has its little quirks. Yeah. It's I tracked it down. It's because of those. You're okay if you use them in straight lines. Let's say you've got two rooms and you're going one to the other. You just want to join them up. It's when you start to take turns and build those pillars. And you'll notice after a while, if you go right around the room with it, which kind of looks cool, even though it's maybe a bit much, it really starts to freak out once you move your freighter a few times. I took it all apart to see what was going on, and eventually found the problem. And the powering up, yeah, that took me by surprise. The only thing that will carry power to those hydro bays are the other walkways. They've got to be in contact with, one of the rooms. No, it's just a few pieces that are giving problems. If they were fixed, there'd be no problems on this. The settlements are a bit iffy as well. But it's usually a normal fix for that is just close your game. Not quit and restart it again. It seems to kind of go okay after that. It's a common enough thing. But there's one thing in this game that's out of control is the terraforming. If you do any kind of terraforming at all, it will always come back. You know, even removing a tree, anything, it always comes back. Valheim, that didn't happen. There was a few little, you might get unlucky, there was a few little bugs sometimes after an update. But the ground wouldn't come back per se, but if you had any large holes in the ground where you were building and filled it in, unfortunately, they might come back on some of them. But it was more stable on terraforming than this. Okay, let's see. I still haven't done much building on this, so... Let's see, we're there. I want to go to the other one, isn't it? So let's say we put it roughly on that. Let's see. Now that's well close enough to what I want. Let me see. So let's say we go here. There we go. Now we set this properly. We do the other side, and there's some other stuff I want to do, and then we'll come back over a little later and we'll see if we can finish it off. Okay, I'm probably better off doing it this way. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, I'm still getting used to this building thing. That's not too bad. Now, let me see. Let me have a look at this one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's roughly about where I need it, I think. Now let's see. Yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that. So that's all we can do with that little corner for a moment. Now, there's another thing that might be a little problem. You can overdo the seating stuff. But let's have a look. I'm thinking something simple like that. Now then there's the other one, which I think it's too square, too big. Yeah, that's not a thing. And that fits in better. I think that would work. You know that. So let's roughly... Well, we don't have a ton of choice. I see a different table there, guys. Yeah, we'll just put them in roughly for a moment. We'll get some kind of floor plan and then we'll go back over it later. You want to see what it looks like roughly. I haven't got a clue what this game can take, so we'll see. We'll find out the hard way. Terraforming is very unstable. You would want to plan your settlement where you'd either go over any existing plants or go around them. But finding a spot to build a large settlement on a flat area, you'd have a better chance on, well, not on the Paradise planet, you have no chance. But maybe on one of the more extreme planets, there's some flat surfaces, you know? And the guys were even saying that even if you get a flat surface, you build directly on the ground, after an update, the ground might jump up a bit. So, you know, you'd have to build a few feet from that. Yeah, this is kind of fun for me. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. You know, people who like to kind of build in games. Yeah, well, everyone will build a little bit, but it just keeps my mind occupied, you know? Yeah, let's just roughly put those in. I seen something else I kind of liked there. Let me have a look. I just want to see what this looks like roughly. Alright, let's have a quick look at this. Yeah, that's the way to go, alright guys. We'll fix those later. Now, I'm having second thoughts about the table because I've just seen this guy. Oh, I don't know. No, definitely not. No, I know it's red and everything, but that fits in perfectly with the sides. No, I'd go with hexagon. That's a bit much. Yeah, that's a bit much. No, I prefer the hexagon. Kind of a bit much. No, sorry. This silly Autobot thing blocks a lot of messages. Let me allow that. There we go. There's certain keywords that it blocks. Make it stand out. Yeah, I actually like this this color. You know, it's kind of going in with that. Yeah, I might have a look at it later. Once I get it in place, I can always change the color later, I think. And hi, Ella. Thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. Yeah. Yeah, there's some of the stuff you can scale. All right, I've seen that, but it's not a simple scale. It's not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's visual. So let's say if you're doing 10 pots, guessing them all the same size would be very, very hard to do. You know, like some of the mods you can use. You know, you get like, let's say, 10% bigger, 20% bigger. You know, that kind of stuff. The scaling in this is visual, I found. I just had a quick look at it, but I'll get into it later. But to be honest, I think they got the coloring right on this. You know, this kind of look I like. But yeah, we can mess around later. You know, with the coloring. I'm assuming that you can color them later. Yeah. The only glitch I've ever used to use before, and that was before mods, would have been the rug glitch and stuff like that in Fallout. You know, to get furniture, you know, where it should be. Let's say, you know, close to a wall. That kind of stuff. So, let's say something like this. Now, we could go really overboard and do... Well, it's the only thing I can find that's reasonably good. You know, you could go on these here with these ones. Maybe it's a bit much, but... Hey, my hand is shaking. Alright. Oh. Okay. Oh, sugar. Okay, let me do that again. There we go. Yeah, I suppose I get away with something like that on each of these. Okay, right, let's fix the furniture. Yeah, it's just I've been kind of ignoring this for a long time. I've been kind of grinding away and trying to get chips and stuff, but you know how the game is, just so much to do and you get very distracted. But I haven't got a lot of time on this. It's going to take me a while to get into this. Well, I'm probably better off doing it that way. Now you can kind of twist and... I don't know, Xbox controllers are the worst for doing this. So that would be roughly right there on that. Yeah, okay. So that's what we need. That there. That's nice and tight. Yeah, I think we can work with that. It seems to be central. Yeah, I think we can work with that. Up all the way. Do you know what it would have been cool, Raid, in this? Do you know those domes that you do for, let's say that? But imagine if you had the pieces to build a large dome. You could get to a nice flat area, build a massive dome. You know, like something like a Martian colony. And then build your little base inside. And you could walk outside your base and it would be okay, you know? Might be a bit much for the game, but that would be awesome. For a while I thought maybe you might be able to do that when I seen the domes, you know, in tech, and then I realized they were just small for growing plants. Like a kind of Martian colony thing. What I would do, if there was some kind of glass like that, I seen one spot where it was like a gigantic hole in the ground. I would have glassed that over and moved in. Hand built out of windows. Yeah, I was thinking if it could be done alright. But I need a good bit of practice at this. You know, this is how you get it really. You just start off small, and then we'll work it out. So, let me see. Okay, we'll fix these, and then we'll... Once we do this little area, then we'll see, we'll have another look around. Yeah, it takes a while to get used to this little guy. You see the way it slides into place? You know, if there's a system where you could kind of move it in set amounts. It's gonna be silly now. That's totally wrong. See what I mean? Best... There it is, there. About there. You see that twist on it? I don't think it will be that noticeable, to be honest. So you can only do it with the two things on the side. It pushes it too much one way or another. If it was a system like a kind of ratchet where it would go a tiny increment each time, it would make building really simple on this. Now I can move it into place that way, but it knocks it off from the center. You see what I mean? The way to work that is you'd have to get lucky and... Yeah, okay, we'll give it a shot anyway, we'll see. Might not be as noticeable as I think. Once I've seen a system like that on Place Anywhere, on Fallout 4, we can move it in degrees, you know. Makes things very, very simple. It aligns up everything. Yeah, yeah. Instead of having to freehand everything. There is situations where you would have to freehand stuff. That Place Anywhere is an awesome mod on Xbox for Fallout. I used that and what was the other one? grounded, it was called, you know, for large rocks and boulders, to make a large kind of cave system, waterfall, you know, under the waterfall into the cave. We sank some other stuff to make some kind of overgrown, kind of like a Mayan temple kind of thing. Put in some settlers with some tents, dressed them up as explorers. Put in a lot of trees, that kind of stuff. No, it's a Pomeranian. Nasty, isn't he? Come in, Toby, come on. Pomeranian, yeah, 2 of them. And they shouldn't be awake at this time, it's after 2 a.m. But somebody had been feeding them sweets all day, so, you know. Yeah, all small dogs, the yappy dogs. Well, basically they all sound the same. Yeah, very yappy. But they're very good company, you know. Okay. Right, I'll try to move this up a bit, guys. I could get my little system going here where I could have a kind of maximum view. Yeah, Toby, you're bold. Come on now, don't be like that. See, if you move that way, it twists off. Oh, for goodness sake. It twists to the one side. That's not bad there. That looks pretty decent. That's actually perfect. There. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay, we've a few to do on the other side. Then we'll put in the pots and then we'll see what else can be done. But even though there's a lot of pieces, not a ton we can use, to be honest. That's about the only thing we can do on that. We'd have to go with this kind of look. And I'll see about something on the table a little later. So there's what, 1, 2, 3 more to do. Oh, come on now. Toby, come on. Yeah, let me get out. That's it. That's what I want there. That is that's something like that, but it's slightly off center now. Yeah, little system where I could just... Shut up, guys! Come on! Get up here! I'll have to go out and see what's bothering them. There's something outside. And hopefully they'll shut up. Yeah, that's not bad. There. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, 2 more. I don't think anyone will actually sit on these, will they? Oh, Chihuahua. I have friends that'll have them. For small dogs, they're pretty loud. And they're very grumpy as well. These guys are not too bad. It's just, for some reason tonight, they're, you know, they're not in the best mood. And they should be asleep. Let me see how we do this again. There. I get used to this thing here. Oh, you could easily line it from this, but the problem is getting it centered in. actually, if you go on the analog stick and you push it into place, you're basically putting it off a tad on the other side. See what I mean? Yeah, that looks okay. I think we'll get away with it on this one. There. I got kind of lucky on that one. Yeah, that's good. Okay, just one more, and then we'll have a quick look over it. But I think that's the best we can do. At least it doesn't look so Spartan now, you know? You know, even though we've got a decent amount of pieces, most of them are not suitable for here. They're more of a kind of an outdoor look. Now, the last one. Oops. There, I need to get up high above this one. Come on now. Well, that looks pretty decent. Just needs that tad. There we go. Yeah, it's just that little bit off, you see that? And the axis is exactly the same, so you're never going to get it right. There. I think we might be able to live with that one. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we can live with that. Okay, that's the seating and the table is in. We'd have to duplicate that on the other side, but I think it could do the same here, to be honest. You see how I've got one here, yet two on the other side? One here, well that's not too much of an issue. Let me see. There's a little bit of restructuring I need to do later in there, but we need to get these little pots in. These ones will go quick, I'd say. Anything I can find. I'll find a spot for those little guys later. They're too much for here, to be honest. There were too many of them. But I will find a little spot for them. And we don't need many of these. They're easy enough to place. Ish. Just to the edge of that. There. Valheim it's much more intricate than this. Some great systems, you know, even when you're building a chimney for smoke. If it had the scope and the graphics of this, and the same amount of NPCs, my god. But every game has its strengths, doesn't it? Okay, I'm not sure about that. We'll hang back on that for a second. Oh, this is the easy part. Now, before I put the windows on the other ones on the inside, I want to check and see if that's exactly what I want. We're almost done here. Okay, I'm not sure about these, but we can put them in later. So, this is what we've got. This is the best I can see, kind of fitting in with the greenery. Decals are a waste of time. Carpets are a waste of time. So, this will be the first layer. This should be good enough for a while. Yeah, okay, we'll stick with it a while. Why not? We haven't really done much building on this, have I? Or at least I haven't streamed it. So, I would say we'd have to go with the same kind of layout. But this here, I could, I suppose, although I think it might be a bit much, we'd have a choice. We'd go with these here, like so. We'd still have to go with the plants, most likely. Or, I'd still think they're a bit much out here. They seem to float a little bit. Oh, they're floating alright. Oh, that's a bit much for here. Yeah, it is. Yeah, these are the ones I picked up. Oh, I've got some Quicksilver, guys. I wanted to buy that living ship. I made enough today to buy it. We'll do that in a second. It'll be a bit of a break from this. Yeah, there's not a ton you could do with those. Out here, at least. So, no, it's looking like we're sticking with the furniture. These little things will be the fine-tuning later. Where could you put these? No real way you could put them. Okay. Right, let's do this. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain getting this done, but this is where all of the decorating is really. The rest is very minor. I don't know, with the stuff we have, I think this is the best option. Just rush it in anyway at all for the time being, and we'll come back and we'll set them. I thought I'd have time to do this before I came on, but I got tied up with something else. How long have I been playing? This is my first playthrough, and I've had, I don't know, how many streams have I had, guys? About 9 or 10 streams, I think. The streams have been pretty long. I usually stream from 4 to 6 hours. But this is my first playthrough. I got the game before the update. That was a few weeks ago, wasn't it? And I did a few hours on it, and the update messed it up, and within 2 days they fixed it, and I came back. But not long, no. But I've got a good bit done. I've done a lot of grinding on it. And how have you been, Reboot? But I've done a good few hours on this as well. Let's say when I'm not streaming, getting resources, stuff like that, looking for ships. It's pretty good, yeah. I got it for 20 quid, for 20 bucks, 20 euros. Well worth it. Yeah, it's well worth it. I would recommend it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yes. Now, if you're on Xbox, but you said you've seen it on Steam, so you're on PC, so it wouldn't apply. If you're on Xbox to do the multiplayer, it's hidden behind a subscription, the Game Pass thing. But apparently, if you're on Steam, no problem. Yeah, it's not hidden behind anything on Steam. You can do multiplayer. You can do the expeditions. Yeah. If you want to do the multiplayer thing on console, you know what it is like. You've got to pay them. They're not corporations for nothing, are they? But no, it's pretty fair on Steam. Yeah, what you see is what you get on Steam. But it doesn't bother me too much. I'm not that much into multiplayer. I can do the expeditions and I can do the other stuff. Get all my achievements. Yeah, basically you've got to go to the anomaly and you've got to pick the multiplayer option. Yeah. Now, I've come across planets and systems that other people have discovered, and apparently that's rare, but I've been to a lot of systems. But as far as I know, if you go to the anomaly and there's a kind of one of those teleport things, you can do the multiplayer from there. Oh, I'd imagine it might be a little bit finicky, alright. I'll show you if... yeah, I won't have it on mine because I don't have Game Pass. But I'll show you where it should be on Steam. What I'll do is I'll leave here and I'll call up the anomaly. And as far as I know, this is how you would go into multiplayer. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. The game is always secondary. Not that I've done it myself, but from what I know of this, I can just reload it up in a minute. It'll only take a moment. So basically, call up your nominee. Eventually, as you go through the game, you'll get the chance to do this. Yeah, let me get out for a moment. This is where you do all of your little community quests and stuff as well. No spoilers, but you'll eventually get the ability to do that as you progress through the game. And thanks for following. Reboot. It's a bit noisy going in. And welcome to the community. So here, and this is what I discovered. So basically you'll be chatting to a few guys up there. That's how you'll progress with. Oh, well, thank you. That's how you progress. It's like all kind of survival games. They're very, very vague on what to do, and it can be frustrating. But when you come here, you've just got to keep talking to these guys. Talk to everyone, you know, even if they don't tell you, and it will progress the quests. So when you get here, and that could drop you off anywhere, but that's called a nexus here. So from here you get a ton of quests every day. Every day you'll get a quest for 400 Quicksilver. Make sure and do that. And I think from Friday to Sunday there's a weekend one. That's cool. That's worth 1800. When you get Quicksilver from this, you can spend it on junk here in the shop. I've bought a good few things. I'll be buying one of the living ships later. I've saved up enough for it. See where it says create items from Quicksilver? I've got enough. So you can buy all of this stuff. All of this stuff. You see, I bought mostly decorations from this. You can buy some nice armor and stuff if you want to. But you can also buy an egg. It's expensive. And I think it takes a few days, and you can make it your kind of living ship, which will be cool. Once I do get a bit of decorating done, I'll do that. But apparently, the guys were saying it takes a little while to get it done. It goes in stages. You do a little bit, and then you gotta let it incubate for 24 hours, or from what I've heard. So this is where you spend it anyway. It goes on forever. There's tons of junk. But remember, you can only earn 400 a day from here, and on the weekends 1800. So you pick up your quests from here. Now, as you can see, I have none available. You get these as well, but trust me, it's not worth doing it for this. These can get complicated, So, just do it for Quicksilver. Or if you get a reward, let's say, that thing for tracking the freighters, that might be worth it then. All the rest of the stuff is junk, and it's not worth taking up your time. So that's where you pick it up. Now, when you go up here, you have a thing called a multi-tool. Oh, where is it? Yeah. So it's basically your scanner, your weapon, everything in one. Eventually you're better off having one for a scanner and one for a weapon, because it gets too confusing. That's what I did. You can buy slots, but don't buy slots and waste money. If you join the guilds here and you max out on those, they'll give you a ton of junk for free. And you can literally get endless amounts. You can fix up any ship, the slots in it, But it gets ridiculously expensive after a while, but you don't have to do that. And the same way you can get slots for your freighter and slots for your ship as well. It does, yeah. Yeah, you can. So, the problem is you can only hold 6 multi-tools, and eventually you'll pick up a lot, and you can't pick up any more, but any ones you don't want, bring them up here. It took me ages to figure this out. Bring them up here, and you can scrap them on this. You see that there? No, I'm not scrapping that. So that you can scrap any ones here. The same way with the ships, the ones you don't want, you can scrap at the stations. They'll just give you junk and then you can sell it. It took me hours to figure this out. Now, when you've got to do quests and stuff from the start, when you're really starting the game, talk to all of these guys. Even if they don't tell you, and the quest will progress. It's confusing, it's really confusing. So, this is the main portal. From here you can go back to your freighter, any one of your bases, or if you've met any friends you can go to their bases or whatever, but watch this, you can go to the community one as well. Now these are the community bases. Here, that's my freighter, that's my settlement, and that's the previous system I was in, and you can switch that. You see this here where it says all, recent, featured, your bases, space stations, and favorites, right? Now there should be another one there, and I should say multiplayer. But because I don't have Game Pass, I'm guessing it's not there. But you should get that, you're on Steam. So what you need to do is click into multiplayer. You know what I mean? And then you'll be in the multiplayer, then you'll see lots of people. It'll be all hosted, I'd say, on the same server. I don't know how stable it is, to be honest. But that's where it comes up. Around here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be 7. There should be a multiplayer somewhere around here. Yeah, but this is where you did a multiplayer. So click on the multiplayer. But for most of the quests, you're better off not doing multiplayer. Just turn off multiplayer, especially if you're looking for ships and things. Will there already be available? Well, this will come, as you follow the quest line, they'll tell you where to find all this stuff. But if you're talking about ships, yeah, you can pick them up at any time. There's certain things you can find. I don't want to give you too many spoilers, to track them down. There's certain technology, we're getting into that now, and that you'll need. So, basically, That's what you do here. Now, if you go down here, where is it here? These are the two main guys, Nada and Polo. For most of your quests, you'll be speaking with these two guys here. Now, down here you've got all of the stuff you can buy. Here this guy sells upgrades for exocraft. Exocraft are... well, there's so many things to build in this game. You know, when you do your base, you can have a ton of vehicles in there. You know, like one is like Subnautica. You know that large robot thing you get into, like Fallout 4, like the power armor. There's one of those. There's several crafts. There's little submarines. It goes on forever. Most of them I haven't even built yet. But he will do all the upgrades for that. And here, this is where you learn the recipes. There's other ways of getting them. You can get them as rewards, and you can get them for breaking into factories and that kind of thing. You see, I could have... you can buy them for nanites. Nanites you'll pick up naturally through your playthrough. But the best way would be probably joining the guild, maxing it out. They give you the upgrades for free, and you can sell them, you know. So you can buy this technology. I didn't, because there's not much fun in that. Yeah, it is that kind of way. The quest line I'm trying to follow it can be vague. So this is where you unlock all of that junk here. Now you can buy these, and every station would have one, but they're rubbish. Unless you're getting an S, don't touch it. The one you make is an A in the beginning, so don't even bother messing with that. This guy would sell multi-tool, and the multi-tool is that weapon I'm carrying. He does all the upgrades for that. Now you'll come across these little stations here, and you'll pay money to upgrade your exosuit, and every time you do upgrade your exosuit, it gets more expensive. So this is your exosuit here, and this is where you can carry all the stuff, and this is where you have all your technology to stay alive. Now each time you upgrade it becomes ridiculously expensive, but don't bother with that. You'll get the upgrades through doing quests, and if you want to, you can trade some data with a cartographer, and he'll give you maps really cheap, and just go around grinding them out, upgrading them for free. You know, this kind of stuff. If you'll see the stuff. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it, you know. This guy for the exosuit research, that's the upgrades on that. Now this is the construction one. I maxed out everything in construction on this straight away because I wanted to do the building. Now this one, I think you unlock this with the data modules. You pick them up everywhere. Keep them. Keep everything. You know, but in this, and it's very important, you'll be stuck for room. You saw my base? Ah, yeah, I'm still kind of doing it, yeah. You'll be stuck for room big time. But follow the quest through and you'll get a chance to make these here. And that's it. Once you've made these, where are they? They're in here somewhere. Well, they're in here somewhere, but they're just large containers. That's probably in the... They're there. Yeah. There's 10 of these. Now, these are like kind of quantum containers. So if you build 10 of them in one base, you build 10 on your freighter, and you build 10, let's say, at another base. It's all the same stuff, if you know what I mean. Whatever you're storing in one base, it's just a copy. So it's quantum storage. So that's your max. So you can hold on that, you can hold on your exosuit, you can hold on your ships, and you can hold on your freighter. And that's it. When you fill them up, you're done. But they're the most important starting with. Because, yeah, you're going to be picking and choosing what to drop. And this guy will do starship research. But I would go straight into getting those, you know, before I do anything. Just go around exploring through the planets. You'll get stuff called data modules. You'll pick up a ton of it. And just come in here and keep buying the stuff. Also, when you build your base, there's a little bit that you can do on that as well, but it's all here. You're better off finishing on your base. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Salvage data modules, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, so let's say I have box number 1 on a freighter, box number 2 on one settlement, and box number 3 on a third settlement. Well, basically it's all the same stuff. It's just a copy, which is kind of handy, you know? So it's your max storage, if you know what I mean. I can show you what I mean. So that's everything, you need to know without too many spoilers. So let me go to my base. The base is far from done. I'm thinking about building an underwater base. Now let me go to my base. Where is it? Oh, there it is. And you'll see where I have all the stuff thrown around. I still haven't... There's too much to do in the game, and it's too... everything is so interesting. You don't know what to do with it. But I'll eventually get around to it. But I think you'll be happy with this game, Sure. Yeah, you can call in your freighter into the system. Yeah. The combat, yeah. I'll do a... Well, the combat, in all of these games, it's not really complicated, But I have my ship maxed out and it's pretty strong. So it might not be so easy for you. Now also, what you should be looking for is an S-class ship. You'll eventually run into one. They're very, very rare in fighters. But you'll come across ships called exotic ships. And that's what they look like. Well, they'll look like that, but they'll have different colours and variations, But that will be the rough outlay of it. So that's S-class, that's the top ship. Not really, there's no real person, not in any of these. The only combat would be, I'll show you. You'll be using your multi-tool. So this is the combat. Now, remember, I've got this really souped up, so, the one you're starting off with might not be as good. Now, that's the exocraft. I'll call them in a little later. See what I mean? The weapon is very strong. You'll get a lot of upgrades for your suit, like personal force fields, things like that. Yeah, there's a bit of combat, but they're easy enough to get through, to be honest. And it's a little bit like Minecraft in a sense. If you get into trouble, well, I can't do it with this weapon. But if you get into trouble, you can run away. But I always prefer to do this. Just hide down in a hole for a while. Let the whole thing cool down. And, yeah, just come back out. Unless you get a planet with aggressive sentinels, they never cool down. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can do this as well. You'll be getting resources in doing this, mining for stuff. It's a very, very complicated game. I could be talking for 2 days about all the stuff you could do in this. Now, what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll pick a little quest. Yeah. Dig yourself in. Yeah, it's the easiest way. Just come out the other side and lose them. Let me just load this up for a minute, and I'll take one of the pirate quests or something, and I'll show you what I mean. You'll see the combat in the ship, but remember the ship is pretty well done up, so it might take you a while to do that one. But it will keep you occupied for a long time. You'll try and stick to something, but then so many other things will be so interesting, and before you know it, you know what I mean, you'll be all over the place. And I'm only touching on the stuff you can do in this. I have a massive freighter, and when you get a massive freighter, you can have more ships, you know, all that kind of stuff. You can have a fleet and send them out on quests, getting your money. You can have your own little personal squadron on the fleet. Yeah, it really does grow back. Then you'll eventually come across a settlement, and all you got to do is just fix it up for them. Do stuff like that. It's kind of boring, but it's not bad. How long? I would say if you get out of the system, I'm reckoning a few hours. Yeah, but you know, as long as you're building, as long as you don't, let's say, you know, dig a hole in the ground and build your base in that, you're okay. Just build above ground, you're good, you know. Where am I? Oh, here, yeah. Okay, let's go back for a moment. Hang on, yeah, I need to get back. Where was the last one we went to? But the combat it's simple enough on the ships. You know, you can auto track and stuff like that. It all depends on the technology, how powerful your weapons is, and how much you've got in shields. Really, that would. But basically, I'm untouchable on this. But it's still fun, you know. Yeah, the existing cave. You can do the existing cave thing as well. And you don't have to scan stuff. As I said, there's something for everyone in this. Now, just let me get back here for a moment. I forgot the autosaves in this. The only thing that I don't like about survival games is there's no permanent save. Yeah, there's a previous system we're in. Let me just get back here. I'll see if I can pick up a quest to kill some pirates, and I'll show you how the ship thing works. But remember, it's an S-class ship, and I have it maxed out. So you might not be able to do as much damage, or let's say, you know, stay as safe as I'm doing. Let's see if I can pick something here. Now, there's 4 guilds that you can do quests for. There's the mercenaries, there's the explorers, there's someone else, and then there's the pirates. You get a thing called standing when you do quests and pick up stuff and give them, well, you can give them presents as well. But when you're doing pirate quests, your standing will go down. But as long as you keep above 100, you'll always get all of the free stuff, so you're okay. All depends on how much grinding you want to do, you know? Yes, there is the short range thing. I was thinking about eventually putting that in. But I haven't really got too big into the settlement yet. Yeah, I've been playing it since the update, which was a few weeks ago. About 4 weeks ago. And I've had about, I don't know guys, what have I had, about 10 or 12 or 14 streams. But when I'm not streaming, I've been grinding out junk, you know, for building and stuff. Well, basically I've been looking for an S-class Sentinel ship. But once you get into it, it's not too hard to follow. Yeah, there's one there, hunt pirates. You see that one there? We'll take that. Just to show you how it goes. You start the mission from here. Now, when you come into these stations, especially the 2 and the 3-star, wait around for a little bit, and if you see a ship, something like that, some weird type ship, buy it. Yeah. Well, I play a 6-hour stream, you know, but I've been playing it since 2 days after the major update. I've been on this playthrough, so I don't know how many weeks it's been. Yeah, I'm finding it very hard to find an S-class. I have a nice little A-class, very unusual. But I'm sorry now, I thought it was common I didn't grind out and try and find an S-Class. So wait around and see if you see a nice ship. Well, they're just rubbish. But all of the exotics will look like this, but they might have a different configuration. They might have a long fin on top, they might have, you know, two little engines on the side, they might be a different colour, but they'll all have the same base. No, this is my first playthrough, yeah. No, you get the hang of it pretty quick. You know what I mean? It's pretty straightforward, you know. But I have played other survival games like Valheim and stuff like that, so you know I know the stuff about the grinding and getting the stuff and storing it up and you know that kind of thing. So once you've played one, they're all kind of similar in some way or another. You know. But I'm still learning as I'm going along, you know. I haven't done any of the expeditions and I haven't been out too far. But yeah, that's pretty good. 24. I bought it for €20 on Xbox. Yeah, but yeah, definitely worth it. All right, yeah. But when you start to give it time, it might be a bit vague on what you've got to do, you know. But you know, let's say if you have a quest, like let's say this one here. See this one here. Right? You see how it's not showing and you're forgetting what to do. That's one of the things. So just go on, click on it again, and wait. And you see where it comes up? That's what kind of confused me. I forgot what they wanted me to do. And then I couldn't see it from here and I said, oh no, how am I going to manage this, you know? So just click on it again like that. So always keep an eye on the quests and that. And keep an eye on this stuff as well here. Where is it? When you're following the main quest. These guys. And remember, you've got to keep them active like that and just, you know, hit on them like that and you'll see what you need to do. But that's pretty much the last of the end game on that. If you rush forward too quick on the quest, you'll finish the game too quick and, you know, you won't really get to experience it. So, you know, take your time, stay in the system, build your little base, you know, move out slowly, that kind of stuff. If I play for about 10 hours a week, how long will it take me to get where you're at? You could get where I'm at in a few days if you wanted, you know, if you just push forward with the quests, and then grinding out the stuff would be pretty easy. What's wasted, well, I won't say wasted my time, I enjoyed it, was exploring and, you know, finding out about stuff, that kind of thing, you know. But this is a game you wouldn't want to be rushing, Reboot. You know, it would, you know, the whole thing about this game is, you know, take it slow and enjoy it, you know. Yeah. I don't think it has a creative mode. I do know there's... Oh, I think it has. Yeah. But you still got to get the technology. I think it might have a creative mode. I think it does. The biggest waste of time would be doing a Nexus quest that don't give you Quicksilver. Yeah. That's probably the biggest waste of time. They're too long, and no, unless you're getting Quicksilver for doing it, they're not worth doing. You know, don't go grinding looking for modules and things. Well, except the salvage ones. You know, let's say modules for upgrading your multi-tool, your ship, or your freighter. What you want to do is max out your standing with the factions, and they'll give you all of that stuff for free. You'll save a ton of time doing that. Although it can be, you know, a bit repetitive going around to all the stations. They'll only do it once and then it takes ages for them to reset. Nexus is that little thing where I told you get the... Yeah, that's the anomaly. Inside there's that little computer where you get that kind of in-game cash, is called Quicksilver. And remember, you spend it on the shop for all of those little upgrades and stuff you can build. Yeah. So doing all the quests from that would be a complete waste of time. Or grinding too much to get modules for your ship. You know, you're better off maxing the stats I'll show you with these guys. See, 100 and you'll get whatever they have. Yes, that's what I was saying. He was saying, that's exactly what I said, right? I said, just do the Quicksilver quests, ignore all the other ones. Literally what I said, yeah. But I said, out from that, the other quests are a waste of time. Like, as you can see here, I've got 3,400 Quicksilver, and I've spent about another 3 grand as well. Kind of, yeah. But it's nice to take them all in to kind of learn the game as well. The difference in the games, yeah, I'll go back and I'll show you. Well, basically the one you want to be picking is the one with a kind of yellow symbol. And it will show you the reward in Quicksilver, but I'll show you again if you want to. But now we're stuck on this quest, we've got to do it. But I'll show you the combat in this. The combat isn't much. Now, they should give me a location. Here, where is it? Yeah, there he is there. So, I'll warp out to this guy. We'll kill him. We'll collect our reward, because I'm going to stuck on this quest now. And then I'll show you the ones, well, the one you should be picking. There's one for 400 every day, and there's one at the weekend. There's one at the weekend for 1800, so definitely do those. There's some nice stuff. But the other ones, unless they're giving you something decent, like you know, like a module to track down a derelict freighter or something, don't bother. Because they can go on a lot. Yeah, don't worry about tracking these too much. You can, there's a trigger on this where you can have a kind of auto tracking. But, you know, you can cut the time down a bit by anticipating, you know, which way they're gonna go and use the boost. But it's really easy, you know. Well, once you got all the upgrades. But, you know, you can do all of the Nexus quests if you want to, but, you know, that's totally up to you. But I'll show you the ones worth doing, in my opinion. But I'm still a newbie at this, so. But I still know what I like, you know? Now there's a set amount of these that will eventually stop. Now you find without the upgrades I have, your weapon will heat up a lot and you'll have to stop. You know, you might not be doing the same amount of damage. But eventually you'll get there with the upgrades. That should be it, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. So I've done that quest. I gotta go back and we'll turn it in. And I'll show you that Nexus thing again if you want to. Yeah, usually in the top 2, yeah. I suppose some of the other quests are worth doing if they're giving you something decent, you know. Not the stuff you can get everywhere, you can make. If they were giving you one of those trackers for the Derelict Freighters, I think I got 1 or 2 through them. But the rest of the stuff, you know, with the amount of grinding I done, I don't need it. And I could make it in a couple of minutes compared to, you know, messing about with a long quest for going on a half an hour. But the Quicksilver is definitely worth getting because you can spend it and buy stuff. You know, and when you get so much of it, you can even get a pretty decent ship that I'm going to try for in a moment. So you hand them in that way there, and then you just hand in the mission. And that's it. We're done. So, you wanted to see the thingy. I can bring it up out here, actually. We don't have to travel back. There's auto-docking, yeah, when you fly in. Oh, there might be, yeah. No, I didn't see any yet. Yeah, I didn't see any yet. But anything that... Eventually you get the hang of the game and you know what's rubbish and what you can make, so if you see anything that's interesting, you'd obviously go for it, you know? Now, this is the anomaly, and you see, I don't have any of the quests here now to do. Because I did mine earlier. Oh, I don't do donations, I don't take them. But thanks for the offer, Reboot. I appreciate it. But if you would like to, maybe, you know, donate to some charity, some, maybe a children's fund or, you know, something like that would be cool. Anyone you want to. Yeah, it's very noisy, isn't it? So this is the Nexus here. Now remember, I'm just a newbie as well, but this is just what I've found out. So that's it there. You see that little thingy here? Now let's see the quests we have. Now, first of all, we've got this. You've got to survey a planet, which can be pretty boring. You've got to scan X amount of plants, X amount of minerals, X amount of wildlife. Then you've got to go and you've got to find all of the hotspots. And all they're giving you is money and some batteries you could easily make. At my stage, I don't want money. I've got nearly 2 billion and I can't spend it. You know, so that's useless to me. Now, into the nest. That starship fuel and money is useless to me. I've done all of my upgrading, so the module and the money is useless to me. And I've done all my research, so that module and the money is useless. So I'm going nowhere with this. But you'll get something here that will say Quicksilver. You know, or anything that looks interesting to you, maybe. Yeah, but I don't need them anymore. I've done all of my upgrading. So what am I going to use them for? All of my upgrading is done. It's a symbol. Yeah, it's like a round yellow symbol. But it'll show you here, when you're coming over, you'll see a hologram here on the side, and it'll have a yellow kind of round symbol here at the side. You know, but the stuff that's there might be useful to you in the beginning. It's just, to me, it's not worth the effort at this stage, because I've been selling them and giving them away for free to vendors, you know. So, yeah, that's it. And when you get your Quicksilver, come over here and you can spend it on what you want. It varies to decorating items, to maybe stuff for your armor, or, yeah, I think you can get a pet or two, that kind of thing, you know. Yeah, I forget if it's yellow or red or, but I know there's a hologram comes up. Now remember, there's one every day, I think, for 400, but there's one on the weekend. It should be still available now, and that's really good. That's worth 1800. But some of them can be pretty lengthy, and sometimes when you go on these, they'll warp you out to a different system. No problem. But if you're looking for a recommendation, I can recommend this game. It will be the best 24 bucks you've ever spent. There's plenty to do. There's something in this game for everyone. But like all survival games, it's pretty grindy. You know, I wouldn't rush it, to be honest, because, where's the fun in that? And figuring out what you need to do on the quests can be kind of confusing sometimes. But all you got to do is speak to everyone on the anomaly, and what I showed you about the quest, if you don't know what to do, just click on it and it'll give you a reminder again. Expeditions are worth doing, even in the beginning. Yeah, it's just I'm too tied up in other stuff. And then I want to prolong the game a bit. I know. You really like those expeditions, right? Yeah, but it's definitely worth it. Now, if you haven't played Valheim as well, it's not like this, but it's the same kind of thing. The grinding, the building, and that kind of stuff. Valheim is a fantastic game. And so is Subnautica. So, check them out. I started playing these kind of games only since Valheim. When that was released on Xbox. And, yeah, I kind of got into them. It takes a while, yeah. Yeah, it takes a while. But you'll notice on your ship reboot that you can have first-person view or you can have third-person view. You might be better off in third-person view so you get a feel for the ship, because it can be pretty awkward. But you'll get used to it, yeah. Absolutely, it can be very frustrating. But remember, the fun in the game is the discovery, So try everything, do everything, pick something you want to do, become reasonably good at it, then move on to the next thing. Then move out of your system, do all of that, and, play the game slowly. Especially if you like it, you'll only get one first playthrough. Yeah. Yeah. Strangely enough, I find first person more immersive, But handling ships in this, in first person is, it's very, very hard to do it. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, there's still, we've only touched on the stuff you can do on this game, But yeah, well worth it. But you know the basics. Like, I ignored the Nexus for about a week, but still, it didn't really matter that much. I'm kind of into it now. And for the Quicksilver or any little unusual thing, it's worth it. But for the quests the stuff you can easily make, absolutely not. Unless you just want to do them and you find them fun, and then that's cool, No problem. Right. Okay. Let's get back to my freighter, guys. We'll do just a tiny little bit, and there's a couple of things I want to do. We're gonna catch up. We're behind on what I want to do is get the highest medal on all of the factions. I've got almost all of them done except the quests. So what I've been doing is I've been trying to pick quests and getting them out for something I need. And we all know what I need. I need storage for my freighter. But we'll do it a mix. We'll do a little bit of decorating. We'll do some quests. And we might find... what I need to do is I need to grind down on those echolocators. We need to find a nice 3-star system. and then we'll grind it out, taking out the mirrors and getting echolocators as well. We do a little bit of that. We'll do a little bit of everything on this. With some nanite purchases, nice. Right, let's get back. Your teleporter will be very, 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 very handy. But you'll be amazed at the scope of this game. How many things you can do and how many vehicles you can have. Unbelievable. Now, where were we, guys? Yeah, we're having a quick look at this. So we've pretty much done this area here. And I'll do the fine and decorating on it later, the little more personal things, I think. I think that's all we can get away with for the time being. But the guys, I haven't gone on an expedition yet. The guys are saying that you've got to create a new save, so you'd be doing that on a new save, and then when it's over, you get rewards. And they were saying you can kind of carry it over to the other save. Yeah, so I wouldn't know anything about that yet. I'm kind of holding on that back, till I've learned enough about the game. Just taking my time. Now, okay, we're fixing these, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Let's get these fixed up, guys. I know this is going to be a little bit boring, but that's building for you, isn't it? Building can be boring sometimes. Let's see if I can get up a bit. And here it's going to be more of a guessing game, really. We're talking about there. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, I think I can live with that. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, we'll get a little bit more leverage with these. Just a tiny bit. That's what I don't know, and that's what I'm going to find out, Reboot. I found the limits of Valheim, which is quite a lot. And I definitely know the limits of Fallout 4 when it comes to building. Now, the shipbuilding can be, it's a little bit finicky, it's a little bit buggy. If you have any problem when you're growing plants, any problems that really need to be connected by walkways, instead of rooms, that kind of stuff, and walkways can be glitchy sometimes. So, but as long as you keep them in straight lines and don't do any turns, well, that's what I found in my save. It might not be the same for you, Yeah, just the stuff you use for your multi-weapon thingy, oxygen, carbon, that stuff. Plenty of fuel for your ship. Yeah. Most of the stuff any of you run short, you can get there. I'd imagine. Yeah, that I would say there's a limit, all right. Yeah. But I haven't hit it yet, I don't think. With the limits. Well, every game kind of has a limit. You know, even if it hasn't, you'll see things breaking down and disappearing. It's a common thing on the load up, you know, and the rendering. Yeah, that I wouldn't know. It's like from what I know, it's like a kind of community thing, isn't it? You know, everyone would kind of contribute towards something, I think. 16,000 total parts across bases. All bases, and 3,000 per... Oh, it's 3,000 per base. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. So, 3, 6, 9... 6 bases. You could max out 6 bases and that's it. That's not bad. It'd take a lot, guys, to use 3,000 pieces. How that would carry over to Xbox is another thing. Oh, yeah. I've got 2 Pomeranians with me here. I know what you mean. Now, here, let me just get organised here for a moment, guys. We have a lot of work to do. But we'll mix it up a little bit with this as well. It's something I'm going to have to do anyway. I know I've been kind of keeping away from the building. I've been so distracted with the other stuff. You were also talking about 3-star systems. Well, that's just an economy. There's 1, 2 and 3. But if you're looking for decent ships that's crashed, you know, a 3-star system would be the best place to find them. If you're looking for the top ones. Now, apparently, there's a 2% chance on a 3-star system. And apparently there's a 1% chance on a 2-star. And 5% on the pirate system. But, I don't know, I've had no luck with the pirate system, to be honest. But I have never yet found an S-class crash ship. I've got some I could buy, alright, which is probably the same thing. But I've yet to find an S-class. 255 galaxies consisting of anywhere from 3 to 4 billion regions. Each region containing anywhere from 100 to 500 systems. Each system. It's, yeah, practically endless. Yeah. You could play this, and if you went to go to every system and your great-grandkids all the way down there, in all of their lifetimes, and probably never get through it. Now, okay, we've got that one in. Which one did we fix? It was that one. Okay, let's get this guy. I got a good stage here. I can use this as a kind of marker there. So we're talking about there. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, about there. Yeah, come on. That's what I hate about this. There's no way you can kind of slide it in. That's about right. Maybe we could push it that way. There. That's roughly where we need to be. There. That's not bad, guys. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, we have 4 of these to do. We have a ton of these to do, but we'll get through it. We'll give the decorating a break once we do this, and we'll try something a little different. The planets are massive, yeah. Like, the beauty is if you build a base and you go in one direction and keep going in a straight line, you'll eventually get back to your base, you know. So there's no invisible walls like they would have in some games and like in BGS, you know. Everything is interactable. But I would say it would take about 15 minutes, I'd say, on full pulse. Now, I know this is boring, guys, but it's something I have to get out of the way. Something around there. See what I mean? It's off that tad. Let's see what we can. So you can't move it in slight pieces. There we go. That's not too bad. But I hate this, you know that. I like to get everything pretty perfect, but... There we go. No, that's too much of a twist. There we have it. There we have it, there. There we go. I know it's taking time, but what can we do? That's not right, guys. Really? Okay. Croc. That's roughly about it there. There we go. Once I got the first one, that was it. There we go. That would do. Now we've got that one. That's next. Okay. Shouldn't take too long. 17. My guys here, 10 and 11. The game. Well, you know, you'll find all of these survival games are not exactly rock solid on the story, but without giving away too much, yeah, it would give away a lot. But you'll eventually realize in this game, let's say, what's going on, and you've got to make it out to this. I can't really say it because I would spoil the game, you know. But the mission, yeah, it would spoil the game. You know, kind of give away the ending. You know what I mean? But, you know, you'll kind of figure it out about halfway through what's going on. But let's just say these guys were big into sci-fi and a few, you know, pretty famous TV series and movies and that. Yeah, but to tell you the ultimate goal in the mission would kind of ruin it for you. You know. You'd figure out then what the game is about. Now, let me see that I take my blood pressure pills. I did. Not too bad. Well, that's why I'm drinking so much. I've got to stay hydrated. That blood pressure medication makes me, you know, very dry. Oh, okay. We've done that one. We've done that one. That's 2 of them. 2 more. Hang on, that looks like it's done. Oh, hang on, we're on the wrong side. Silly. Oh, this is the next one. me see if I can get above this. It's not an ideal building system. It depends too much on freehand, which can be extremely frustrating. And you're wasting your time trying to... There. There we go. And you're trapped inside by machines that are using your body for energy. The Matrix. Oh, the story in this borrows from a lot. You know, if you look at the Viking in this, or Viking, they're pretty similar to Klingons. The Gek are pretty similar to Ferengi, and I don't know, my take on the Korvac would be, you know, probably Borg. Oh, a long stretch would be Vulcan, I'd say. It would be a pretty long stretch. Okay, that's next. Yeah. Ah. Without cats, yeah. I'm on every Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday evening, US Eastern Standard Time reboot. Usually, well, 1 a.m. my time, so that would be probably, depending if you're in the US, it would probably be about 8 or 9 p.m. Yeah. I usually, well, I advertise for 4 hours, but I always push to 6, and maybe sometimes even a little bit longer. You're in Florida, so it would be about 8 or 9 p.m. Yeah. So Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday, late evening your time, which translates to me as Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday early morning, about 1 a.m. And sometimes I do unscheduled streams, you know, if I don't have too many medical appointments, or, you know, I'm feeling well enough, you know. Oh, hi Andy. How are you? What have you been up to? Yeah, we're just trying to get some of this. Hey, where did that go? Oh, Are you kidding me? I scrapped it by mistake. Oh, Croc. Yeah, I scrapped that, guys, by mistake. That was silly. That was really, really silly. Oh, I'll have to put that stupid thing in again. I see, we can straighten that guy up. Oh, you're a frustrating little thing, aren't you? There. Oh, let's see. Yeah, that's good. I can live with that. So, what you been up to, Indy? And thanks for following, Tristna. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Okay. Oh, that's good to hear. Not too bad, not too bad. Just a little tired. And it's become a little bit chilly here. But it's just my feet, you know. The blood pressure is probably doing it. Yeah, or somewhere where I can kind of move it but keep it, pretty steady, the piece. About 80 years ago, yeah. At least. Yeah, it would be very easy to do so. Now, okay, we've got those four, haven't we? Yeah, pretty much. Those four are done. I'm legendary for forgetting to do stuff. No, there's one that's not done there. Okay, let's get this one. That's the only chance I have, is to get above this so we can see what we're doing. That's not too bad, actually. Yeah, I can live with that. It's nice and centered. Okay, so these are finished. So all we need to do are... I think we've done them. That's done. That's it, guys. We're through them. My, they were a pain, weren't they? Okay. I'll just get these old thingies in. Where are they? Somewhere. Those. And we'll soon be out of this, and then we'll give the building a break for a while. We'll get out and we'll do some exploring. Yeah, exploring is where it's at, guys. Yeah. Oh, nice. There, that should do it. Okay, I don't know if we would do that now. Starting to get old, this, isn't it? Might give it a break for a little bit. So we've done this part. We've done our walkthrough. I'll come around later with other junk. I'll figure something out for especially the corners here. I'll do. I'll just have a little crack at these for a moment while I'm still in the mood. Let me see if we can just get them out of the way. It's actually not bad, that one. Yeah, not bad at all. Oh, I'm in the Midlands in Ireland. Reboot. Yeah. Smack in the middle. Yeah, in the Midlands. Irish. It's a lot easier, yeah. In other states so far. Ah. Well, I've been a resident here for a long time, well over half a century. But I have done a lot of travel. I've spent probably about half of my life working abroad in different countries. That was a long time ago. Oh. It's been probably toned a little bit, let's say, with extensive travel, I suppose, but it's I'd say it's common enough here, from the Midlands. Yeah, there it is, guys. Yeah, for some reason I scrapped it. Okay, there was a little slip. Not to worry. At least I hope I scrapped it. I don't know where it's gone if that's the case. It's just a matter of getting used to this. That's what building in disguise. It's a grind. But, yeah, gives me something to do, and it's kind of worth it in the end. Always is. Oh, lately I've been playing, well, we've done Valheim, we've done Skyrim. Skyrim would be my favourite. We've done Fallout 4. We've done Witcher. We've done lots of games. If you want to see the kind of games, well, all of my VODs from Twitch, I will upload to YouTube. But I'm mostly into the kind of building stuff. You know, I've done settlement tours and things like that from Fallout. But if you want to see the kind of games, or if you're interested in seeing it, you know, the link should come up shortly, and you'll be able to see all the stuff I've been doing. I've got so many videos on that thing. But you're welcome to look, no obligation. You've got an aunt, yeah? 75. Oh, still young enough. Same name. Well, it is, except the underscores would be replaced by empty spaces. Yeah. So it's Croc, empty space, O, empty space Gold. They wouldn't let me put the underscores on YouTube for some reason. They only do empty spaces. I've got a lot of family, British as well, which is common here. Now, okay, we got those two in. Yeah, well, all we need is another two more, isn't it? We'll get those in, and then we'll be finished with this, and then I'll do the back thing later. It's a little bit more complicated. We'll find something else to do and we'll mix it up. That's the one, yeah. That's the one. Yeah, you should be able to find it. But every so often, a link comes up on my feed here. Let's see. Yeah, there it is there. If you scroll up about 10 lines or 15 lines, reboot, you'll see the link. That should bring you straight in. There's links to that on YouTube, Twitch, and I think Discord as well. 1965. Nice. That's quite some time ago. 6 decades. So she was just 15. Now, okay, let's see what we can do here. We're just 2 more of these to fix, and then we'll do something a little more interesting. You know, we'll kind of break up the building, because if we stick on that, it gets very repetitive. Especially if you're doing this. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, I can live with that. That one, guys, I didn't... Okay, I've been missing some. Yeah, I have. I didn't realize that. We've been skipping over 2 here. Okay, we might as well get it done. I thought there was only 4 here. There's 6. Yeah, this is a nightmare when you have to freehand it. Well, it's not too bad, it'll go quick enough. And then this one, and then just one more after that, and then we're out of here. It shouldn't be too bad. Let's see if I can get above this so I can see what I'm doing. I know it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's just a thing I have. As long as it's lined up central on that, I'm good. Yep, that's it. So, just this one, guys, and I will do the back one later. It would be too much of a grind to do it all, you know. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good one, Reboot. Thanks again for stopping in and joining the community. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Hi, Vort. Pretty good, and you? And what have you been up to? Anything interesting? Absolutely. Have a good one, Reboot, and stay safe. And good night to you also. Best wishes to you and your family. So, how's life been treating you, Vort? Or doing a small bit of building on this? I've been delaying it for so long. Because it can get, you know what building is like this, it can get very repetitive. Oh, that's good, that's good. Staying busy, always the best way, isn't it? Yeah, staying busy. So, did you hear about the Oblivion remake, Ward? And rumor has it it might be dropped as soon as next month. Did you hear anything about that? I've been following it. But I forget, how did it work again? But from what I've heard, it seems like Microsoft has pushed BGS. Yeah. I would be as well, yeah. But a different company is doing it. Obviously, you know, BGS will have their hand, but nothing got to do with the work, which is nice, you know. It will be done on the Unreal Engine 5, or so they're saying. But I think it's a Chinese company. They did a lot of work on a lot of games. They're usually support, I think. And they're kind of spreading out, but they've got a crazy amount of staff. They've got like 4,000 staff. So I'd like to see what they can do with it. The rumour is that they're going to try and set up their own company, so they'll be probably aiming to impress on this. But as long as BGS isn't doing it, there's a chance, you know? So, it was supposed to be during the summer, but they said it might drop as... who knows? As quickly as next month. Yeah, yeah. But let's say if they didn't change it too much, and they improved a bit on it, and obviously better graphics would be nice, you know? Crazy, yeah. But we do know what would happen if Todd got his hands on it. He would improve the graphics a tiny bit. He'd fix none of the bugs, add a few new ones. And he would add a few new quests. There would be Creation Club. And he would probably give us a new flower. And he'd call it a day. And leave that game in tatters. But they'll open up, if they can get that running again, they're going to open up a lot of Creation Club stuff on that, I'd say. It seems to be their thing now, doesn't it? There we go, guys. That's it. We'll finish the last one a little later. But I'll tell you what we will do. We'll put in the little thingies here. And then we'll be out of here. Where are they? Oh, this is the only thing that I can come up with, but we need something here. It is a bit Spartan. So, next up we will... What did I say we're going to do? We want to do some of those faction quests. And we'll be keeping our eye out for more modules for storage for this freighter. You know, hopefully line those up, and we need to do a little bit of grinding on a 3-star system with a dissident planet. Yeah, we need more of those echolocators. I know that company way too well. But do you know how many times they re-released Skyrim across all platforms? I was just watching something on it the other day. 17 times they sold that game. They've milked that game. They've milked it dry. That game is drier than the Sahara. It's just a thing I have, yeah. I like to get some kind of order on it, I know. It's strange. Yeah, but I haven't done building in a while. Valheim was a fantastic game to build on. But very grindy as well, just like this. You know, by the time you get the stuff you need to build, you're almost burnt out on the game. But you could do the creative, but you still have to do the technology. Yeah, we're still kind of hammered with that one. That was fun, the Valheim. Valheim, let's say, with the pieces you have and the way you can sculpt the ground and stuff, you do much better buildings there. The terraforming in this is not forgiving. It will come back immediately, almost immediately. So you could terraform and build, but you know you're going to be dealing with it in your base later. Valheim was a lot more stable when it came to terraforming. They even had Skyrim for the Fire Stick Alexa, and for Samsung smart fridges, which is insane. A kind of gimmick thing, was it? Oh, yeah, with a kind of little... Yeah, I get you. I think I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen that. But I think there were... Do you remember that guy he was doing a console, and it also had... the console also had a chicken fryer to keep KFC warm. Do you remember that? Oh, that was nuts. I reckon the heat of the console would keep it warm, and then you could heat it up. Yeah, I think I saw something like that. There, that's enough for a while, guys. Right, that's our building. Oh, hang on, we missed one. We need to get out and we need to explore. There we go. Okay, I think I got them all. I'll see what I'll do with the corners later, but it's starting to come around a bit. This one is finished on the first run anyway. Oh, there's a little bit here that I need to do now that we're here. I kind of left it for a while, but I think now is the time. It's going to be costly on silver, but easy come, easy go. There we go. Just to open that up a little bit. It was too claustrophobic. I might have to have a little redesign on this a little later, to be honest. I might have to go with 2 rooms here. Yeah, I'll leave that then for a second. Now, let's get in here and start wasting our silver. It's nice to be able to see out into space a little bit. There. Not bad. It looks much better, doesn't it? You know, when you open it up like that. I was holding back on that till I had enough silver for the windows. Yeah, I think I've seen, yeah, some of those things, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do you remember that that console as well? That was also some kind of thing to keep KFC warm as well, I think. Yeah, they did some crazy stuff. I wouldn't like to see how that one would work. There, that's what we need. We need to brighten up this place. I'll do the finishing touches later. Just wanted to get that out of the way. So, alright guys, we need to pick up storage modules for the freighter. We need to do some of the quests for the factions. And we need to keep our eye open for a decent place to grind out some of those echolocators. And then we'll get back to the building in a little while again. We'll break it up a little bit. I will have to put in 2 more rooms here now that I come to think of it, to be honest. But I think we can get away with it. We'll see. We'll work that bit in and I'll get the rest of the stuff in later. Now, let's see. Yeah, that's the stuff I've got to put away and then you can go back into the freighter. Of course it did. There. Okay, we're good. Now they're probably waiting for us as well. Yeah, we'll go back and we'll do that. Let's get rid of this junk we have. Yeah, I think our silver took a big hit, did it? Yeah, not that much. Not that much. Yeah, there's not much to store anyway. I have no use for the technology modules anymore. We've done all of that, but I'll keep them regardless. Yeah, it was some kind of gimmick thing they were doing. I've seen it. I did see a few videos on it. There's some really, let's just say, interesting stuff. That's it. The rest is all sellable. Right. Now, would you believe it's starting to get a little warm here now, so just want to get rid of this and then we'll be ready to go. Yeah, it was cold a moment ago, now it's warm and in another half an hour it'll probably be cold again. The weather here is so crazy. Ah, that's a little better. So we'll get some saves in. I am looking for more pilots as well, but with a particular kind of craft, or if I can buy the craft beforehand, and then we'll gift it to one of them and hire them. But either way, we need to be looking for something like that. There. Now, we'll quickly deal with our settlement. That will be really quick. And then we'll do our thing. Would love to come back sometime soon. Nice. I haven't been out of the country actually, well, a long time since I retired. Well, yeah, kind of, you know, to the UK and a couple of other countries, but that was, you know, for social functions and that, funerals, weddings, christenings, that kind of thing. But it would have been just a flying visit, just there, get there, you know. You wouldn't travel around and just get it over with as quick as possible, hotel, and then home. Yeah. A long time since I took a vacation. In Wicklow and Greystones. Ah. Was that very long ago? My granddad's people hail from Wicklow. That would have been about the early 1800s, I'd say. Or the very late 1700s. Yeah. 2019, so not too long ago. Not too long ago. Oh yeah, we're doing the... what is it again? They make this really tedious, the settlement thing. Yeah, here it is. It should be down here somewhere. Let's see, where is that settlement? There it is. So, have you seen any new games out there coming up that you might like? Oh, we'll find them anyway, that goes without saying. I'd use a corporate move on this guy. Now, let's see. I don't know the purpose of these settlements, they're kind of not worth it, to be honest. There, they're off our back for a while. Right, let's go and do our thing. So we need to get back to the last one. So what we'll do is we'll travel around and see if I can get any free modules. I can get them for free, but finding the guys giving them out seems to be a problem. Skyrim or Oblivion. One of the very few. Online. Yeah. I didn't touch that. Yeah. And he is a very grindy game. Yeah. Not very satisfying. Yeah. Oblivion, in its day, it was absolutely groundbreaking, you know. It was definitely moving forward in the right way. To me, Oblivion has always been the best, especially story-wise. But for replayability, it would have been Skyrim for me, you know. But now, let's say with this Unreal Engine overhaul and a few other things, you know, who knows? Yeah, there was some pretty decent story writing in that. BGS have slipped a lot, you know. Well, they've definitely slipped now when Microsoft have gotten, you know, these other guys to redo Oblivion. I wonder how Todd will spin that one. Well, the likes of knowing BGS, the reason why it's so grindy is probably to get you to buy stuff, you know. You do from time to time. I've always kind of leaned towards the kind of medieval, open world kind of stuff, but yeah, I don't mind the space ones either, as long as they're interesting enough. Now, Did I say I had some junk to sell? I think I did. No, all I have. There's not much. Okay, we'll sell it anyway before we get out. No, we won't. We have plenty of room. But for finding exotic ships, these 2-star systems are the best. Even though there's supposed to be a 1% chance as compared to 2 from the 3-star. Still great, the finding system, I think. Great art style, quests and NPC. Character design. Yeah. Yeah. The way, let's say, that I look at the Elder Scrolls, let's say, you know, having... I didn't play Morrowind, unfortunately. But just, let's say, from Oblivion onwards, what I've found with that company is each successive game is lacking from the last. It seems to be a pattern, a kind of trend they're following, you know. But you should try Skyrim. That might not be too much of a shock, let's say, after coming from the Elder Scrolls Online. Try Skyrim and see what you think, you know. No, once it went online and once they did that, I was out from that. I've always believed that the Elder Scrolls and Fallout are purely open world single player games. Plus I knew what they were going to do anyway. Once it went online, they were going to destroy it with microtransactions and what do you call that thing? Creation Club stuff, yeah. The problem with putting these kind of games online, Vord, right from the start is there's an incentive to leave a lot, you know, out of a game. You know, lots of things that should have been or would have been already put in the game, just so they can sell it to you again after you're buying the game. And there's an incentive to make things needlessly grindy, you know, for you to buy stuff to make them less grindy, you know. So you could say, well, you know, well, they might not do that. Well, they're there for money, you know. If there's a way to squeeze more money out, you know. But I think with a successful IP with that, but you know, they're the guys, you know, that want to make the money. And it's such a pity. The time would have been better spent, let's say, you know, doubling down on what they did on Skyrim, and you know, making room for improvement. The furniture plans, then buy the item. Can't deconstruct it. There's a small item limit. Some items you can only buy at the Crown store, of course. And it's really just one item, not the recipe. Ah, so it's just one. So you buy it, oh my good God. And then you'd have to buy it again for somewhere else. Oh, that's toxic. That is, Trisna, that is toxic. That is toxic. But I'm not surprised. Was it not BGS who started off that microtransaction trend? You know, in the beginning with the horse armor. Yeah, that's horrible. It'll get worse. It'll get much worse. But when games weren't making too much money, you know, people were getting rich, but, you know, there was no billions and trillions involved. You know, corporate pretty much left them alone. There were better times, better games. But once they started making so much money and, you know, it attracted those guys, yeah, the writing was on the wall then, I'm afraid. No, you should get the recipe at the very least. So that's brilliant. Not only did they find a way of selling you furniture that should have been in the game, but they found another way to get you to buy the same piece over and over again. Oh my, that's That is despicable, that is. That's a new one. But ultimately, what Microsoft and Sony and anyone else will want to do is they don't want you to ever own your game. Or they don't want you to ever, you know, kind of buy it in a sense. But I can see something in the future where you'd have to buy your game, you'd have to buy the DLCs, the microtransactions, and the pass, and you can't play your game unless you join their club, which will charge you a fee for that as well. That's the way I can see it going in the future. You know, it's not like before when it was on physical disc. You buy a game, you were done. You leave it up for a year or two and play it as many times as you wanted it to. You know, that must have been raging. You know, thinking every time, you know, they play that game we should be getting paid. Well, you know, being forced to join a club to play your game would be the way to start that one. And there's an old saying, worship money and it will be your god. It's a pity. Now, we do a little quick exploration. So what we're looking for is a 3-star dissident system. And we'll give it one shot. But either way, we'll be stopping off at these and seeing if there's a 3-star dissident there. Right. We have enough for one more look, and then we'll have to go on that planet, and we'll have to pick up a few of those. You can't buy them. You've got to grind them out, those echolocator thingies. But I just want to say that I've actually grinded out and found one, you know, S-class. Oh. Okay. Now what I need to do, guys, is load up here. Yeah, and I'll tell you why. If I fly straight to a pirate system, I'll get to knock out a pirate ship when this is around, and we might be able to get another upgrade for a freighter. So, it's gotta be a pirate system. Let me see if this works. Little pirate. You know you're here somewhere. Any pirate system. Pirates. I should have that skull symbol somewhere. That's unfortunate. I was gonna. Oh well. It's important I get those little upgrades. Come on. It's funny, there was a ton of them here before. God, this map is so huge, isn't it? And let's see if my little farming system will work on these upgrades. Okay. Come on, I know there's one here somewhere. There it is. Actually, that might be the wrong one. We'll see. I don't think there was any ships there, was there? Any... Yeah, we'll see. It's gotta be. There's gotta be someone here. There we go. We're good. We're good. Now, this is buggy. It doesn't give out upgrades, but I think I found a way around it. Yeah, for doing stuff. But the great furniture packs are still just for crowns, of course. Yeah, I don't even know why they bother with crowns. It's just to get the people to think they're not spending real money. The only way you can get crowns is to spend real money, and the only way you can get those items is to give crowns. But it's like a kind of sales tactic, really, isn't it? To make you feel like you're not spending money when you actually are. Even if it is buggy at times. It can be, yeah. Can be. But the only ones we have to turn to now, Tristna, is the indies companies. They've been doing some good stuff, reasonably priced, and they're not toxic. But one could say if they get successful enough, and start doing bigger games than that, and, they'll eventually go that way as well. All of the problems we're having with BGS and EA and all of those, in the beginning those guys were kind of okay, But greed eventually sets in, and the more successful they get, the more money they get, the more they want, and eventually devolves into something like that. But, as time goes by, lots of other indie companies will come along, until the whole thing crashes eventually. Now with this system I've just got to take out the engines. I take out one side of the force field, but I've got to let the freighter get beaten before I get this. There's some kind of bug that only allows me one reward, and I don't want it to be money because I've got too much. I want it to be that upgrade. I've done it the other way and 9 times in a row got 0. Now this one seems to be working. So we can take our time. The sky is going nowhere. So we'll take our time with this one. We need the civilians to get wiped out, I'm afraid. Seems to be the only way to get upgrades from these guys. It was working perfectly for the first few times, and then it really went sideways. It wasn't giving me out any more upgrades. Paying monthly for crafting inventory and getting crowns and stuff, but why does it work? Why does when without subscriptions it's still really stick? Yeah. Because they're not greedy. They feel like they've made enough, and they actually care about the game. They want to improve it. They want to build a reputation, and they want to kind of give back to the customers, the community that put them where they are. Whether they'll stay that way in the future is another thing, But if you've already been through that, let's say, you know what I mean, and then your loyal customers, you kind of think of them as piggy banks and vulnerable, and then you start coming out with that kind of stuff, when something is privatized, when you've got shareholders, they want ever increasing profits on something, and there's only so much you can squeeze from a game, even with high prices, microtransactions and that, and eventually then you'll be cutting staff and you'll be cutting corners, and that's how it eventually all kind of falls apart, So it's pretty much like saying, how come this guy who has tons of money is really nice, and this guy, and he has tons of money and he's really nasty, but it's much more complicated than that. But No Man's Sky is probably not generated enough money yet to attract, some really greedy corporate investors. I know they've only been doing this, and once if they spread out enough, they make enough money. I'm sure if they eventually give in and start to, sell off to corporations, it will pretty much go the same way. It's just money. It's as simple as that, you know. And then if they get successful enough, like BGS, a certain kind of arrogance sets in as well. And it's not hidden. It's very, very overt. They don't hide it. It eventually does to everything when it gets too big, you know. But I'm sure if Hello Games had 4 or 5 really successful IPs, you'd see some changes then. It usually happens when, obviously the founders who created it from scratch, they would really care about the community and all of that stuff, having built it from the ground up. But once they are thinking about retiring and then, selling off the company to some corporate guys, of course they'll be promised by corporate, oh, well, you stay on as CEO, you do everything your way. We'll just keep, funding it, and you can spend less time, you have more time to spend with your family, kind of thing. And then before you know it, once you've sold off your company, really, they can change it any way they want. Word of mouth is not a contract. That's what usually happens. But it's nothing personal. It's just money. Although some companies, doing that, they're pretty toxic as well. Publicly stating that the vast majority of their players they absolutely hate, that kind of silliness. So gaming now and games they've become much more than games. They've become some kind of social battleground as well. Civilian fleet, okay, this should be okay. Now we should be able to get this now. That's it, let's see if we got that. We'll wait for a few seconds. We see if this works. Better work. There it is. S grade. Yay. It's still working. Now, let me see. That's nice. Oh, hyperdrive one. Nice. Okay, let's collect our money off this guy and we'll do our thing. Now, if I went the other way, we'd just get a salvage module. That would not have been good enough. Hang on, okay, what do you want? Inspect frigate. Ah, that's absolute rubbish. Yeah, it would have to at least be 20 more. It's just got a rating special as well. It's not that too bad. It's not what we're looking for. Sorry, I lost track of the conversation. Trisna, could you clarify a bit? Oh, the other way on this. Well, basically what I used to do is I'd come in and take out the engines, and then I'd take out the guns. I'd save the freighter, right? The freighter would give me some money. I would get no upgrade, and I collect a ransom. That was it. I get 0 upgrade. That was the other way I was doing it. But now I've changed my tactics. I'll come in, I'll take out the engines so they don't get away. I'll take out half the shields. I'll wait till the freighter is destroyed, and then I'll take out the other end of the shields, they'll surrender, and I automatically get the upgrade. I think it's some kind of bug where it only allows you the first reward. So if you get the money, that will cancel out, you know, the upgrade, which shouldn't be, because for the first 4 of them, I was saving the freighters, getting the money, and getting the upgrade, and then it stopped. I took out 9 in a row and got 0 for doing it. But since I've changed my tactics, I've been getting an upgrade every time. Yeah, it's gotta be a bug. And I'll tell you how I know that, because I was doing it the old way before and it was working. I was doing it the old way and it was working. Now whenever I attack these guys, and it's supposed to be that way, you're supposed to automatically get an upgrade from these every time they surrender. But it might have been the update that did it, who knows. But yeah, I seem to be only now getting the upgrade if the civilian freighter gets destroyed and they don't surrender until after, obviously. Yeah, well, that's the way it will go anyway, isn't it? Oh, hi, how would I pronounce your tag? You don't mind if I call you Des? And how have you been, Des? Keeping well, I hope? Diesernip, is it? Or yeah, Des sounds good. Yeah, it seems to be a bug, because it was working perfectly in the beginning. You know, 4 or 5 times. Then 9 in a row, I got 0. And I got in a way I just ignored these, you know. And I really needed the upgrades. Yeah, you get the module. Yep. So what I like to do is just take out the engines, obviously, so that I don't get away rate. I'll take out half the engines to get rid of some of the work. I'll wait till the freighter goes down, and I'll take out the or half of the force field and take out the other half. Yeah. So the bug is it's cancelling out the second. It's cancelling out the second reward. So once you get the money, that's considered your reward. So it does seem to be a bug. I'd say it was part of it, I suppose, but you know, I've done it the other way and I used to get it. Still works, yeah. Just as long as they don't surrender until after the freighter goes down. But I'm just careful, I just did the other one the other way, yeah. Oh, what do we do? Oh yeah, we're collecting our money. So, if you think about it logically, it must be the bug, you know, where it just allows you the first reward. Oh, there it is. It's a pity I'd like to save the freighter as well, but what can you do? We need the upgrades. Yes, civilians have to go down first, because if they don't, if they survive, you'll get a reward. Yeah. And you're only getting one reward. So whether it's the money or the upgrade first, that's gonna be it. The civilians have to go down. I've been looking for that traveler guy with a ship. I haven't seen him since. I think I've met him twice, or 2 of them. Now it seems now that I'm looking for the guy. Yeah, it's almost impossible to find. Until 5 hours to try to get a S-class pirate dreadnought. It only got C-class and V. Yeah, it can be hard. I was unbelievably lucky, Des. The very first freighter I attacked, it was an S, and I didn't have to try anything else. Have you got a freighter already, Des? Because I found trying to get an S-class freighter, you know, it can be hard if you haven't got one already. Any kind of freighter, even if it's just a C, and then you can do the switch. But it's mostly C, yeah. For some reason, my game on this now, since I got the S-class, they're all stuck on C. Yeah. I'll tell you where I got mine. You might have a good chance. Anytime you see that attack coming up, reload again, and go to a pirate system. Try a pirate system. That's where I got mine. First try. Don't know if it's a thing. Maybe the 5% thing came in on that. B class. Ah. Yeah. That's weird. Well, you're better off than, you know, kind of sticking with that and then hoping and, you know, trading it in, I suppose. But the very first one I boarded was an S. How many systems have I been to? I know it's a crazy amount. Because I've been, you know, collecting all the free stuff as well. It should be here somewhere, shouldn't it, in Explorers? Yeah. I've been to 520 systems, guys. That's a lot of systems. And I've visited every space station on all of them. Oh, let's see. These are always a C, guys, for some reason. Every 20 in a row, C. Oh, it's a B. I can't believe it, it's a B. But, like, no joking. About 20 in a row was a C. That one is a B. In the same systems. Oh, my. No, I don't think that's happened to me. Yes, you've got to be in 3 hours, and once you travel around, I think 5 or 6, you know, warps. But let's say if you went into a system and you seen that fight, right? It came up, and it wasn't a pirate system. Just reload your autosave, and then pick a pirate system, and it should start again on that. You know. Does it not? Yeah, I had a normal one there just a moment ago, right? But I wanted this one. But it seemed to transfer over, but maybe it's just coincidence, you know? But I haven't looked much into that. Now we gotta check this out as well, but that's not too bad. We got another upgrade, so that's gotta be good. Over and over. If you keep going back to the same system, yeah. I suppose if you wanted to cheese it a bit, I don't know if it would work. let's say you get to a pirate system and the battle is going on. Ignore them, come straight to this PlayStation, get this save running. No, you'd still get an override, wouldn't you? It probably wouldn't work. You know, you could keep trying it again and again, but you'd still have to figure out if it's an S. And once you land again and get out to check it, yeah. Yeah, you would be in trouble. I don't think you could do it that way. Oh yeah, I absolutely believe you. I've seen games where, let's say, things go pretty weird, you know, just on that playthrough. I've been there. On my second fight. Nice! And a creature hopping around in it. Nice. But the first one I got was that. I couldn't believe it. I thought it were common enough, guys, to be honest. But it's the only one I've seen since. That's... I think I downed 15 C's in a row. But I think once you have the S, you know. No, he is nothing I want. Now you will see exotic ships here. But you won't be able to hire them. You can buy the ship, but you won't be able to hire the guys for your squadron. On some planets, yeah. Now, okay, let's get back to it, guys. How long have we gone? We still have a good bit to go on the stream, so... Okay, we have to find that 3-star system again. No joking, guys. I've tried about 3 dozen dissident pirate systems, and every single time, just like the freighters, C-class, C-class, C-class. But out from that, almost all the same design, horrible. I'm getting better luck in the 3-star systems. So I'm gonna stick to those for a while. And that's a pity, I had one before. What's that? See, it's gotta be 3-star. These are, well, I won't say really, really rare, but hard enough to find. I've done dozens of them. But I've been lucky in everything else except finding that S-class. Well, you need the dissident system to get the Sentinel, because if you use the echolocator, there's no ships there. But yeah, you'd probably get ordinary ships, but I'm not really interested in the ordinary ships. I'm just interested in the Sentinel, you know. But yeah, you'd probably get quick enough. You'd probably get an S-class kind of normal ship. But it's the Sentinel I'm looking for. No, I know it's not a Sentinel, but what I've been saying is they've been coming up seas, you know. I have a Sentinel back, an A-class one. They're totally different ships in every sense. You were saying, you know, try a system that isn't, what's it called again? Dissident. Well, the ship I'm looking for is an S-class one, so I'd have to try them. And the only reason I flew to that one there, and that said wasn't dissident, was I wanted to get a battle there, so I'd be facing the ship and not the fighters, so I'd get the upgrade. And eventually, I suppose, there'll just be repeats and I can kind of forget about that one. The Sagram is too old. And yeah, too many updates. The updates did a lot of damage. But, you know, fair dues to them. Within 2 days, they had it working right again. Oh, what's that? No. No, 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 no. And I'm not really bothered, so don't get me wrong if I find one or not, but it's just a little thing I have, you know? See if I can find one. See if I can even find a spot where, you know, that fighter is even looks reasonably well. God, I hate looking for these. I'm going to go blind. We had one as well. We had to cancel because of that upgrade. There should be one here somewhere. What's that? There's one here somewhere. If we don't find one quickly, I'll just go around to these and we'll pick up the pieces I want. Oh, there it is. There it is there. We'll try that one. I think that was the one we were looking for a moment ago. Ah, that's a pity. Yeah, that's a pity. Yeah, it tends to happen with the older saves. Well, that happens in most games, to be honest. I think the longest I ever kept a save on Fallout 4 was about 2.5 years. And then it went sideways real quick. Yeah. It's a pity, you know. Over that amount of time you can do a lot of grinding. Now, we're trying the station first because, you know, we're looking for those upgrade modules. And then max these guys out and they're nice and handy if we can find them. And then from there we'll set off for a beacon. So, let's see. Yeah? I don't particularly like playing in third-person view, but it's easier to control the ship and see where you're going. I originally did this to learn all the languages, but you know, now that they're maxed out, there's no need. All of this stuff that he's giving me, but this is no good. And we get that as well, but that's all free basically. What I'm really looking for is the storage thingies. But we'll have a look at the quests here as well and see if there's anything I like. If not, we could ignore it for a while, but I'm eventually going to have to start grinding on those. And don't even bother trying those. Always a chance, I suppose. Right, what you got for us? Anything with a storage? No, rarely, but you will get them sometimes. Okay. Now, we've run out of beacons after this, so when we see what this is, we'll grind this planet for a little while and see if we can get any more echo locators. Pretty much burnt those ones out. That's all the sellable junk down here. Now, let's do this. We'll see. There it is, our last one, guys.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Not much down there. Oh, I'll have to grind a little bit on this planet either way. What's the chances of me finding a small dark ship with a nice design, an S? About 1,000,000,000 to 1, I'd say. What I have for loot, yeah. A mirror, yeah. That's the way I've been doing it. I've just been taking out the mirrors. Sometimes you get a bit of tainted metal in these. I've been kind of saving that up to buy decorations from that scrap guy. Yeah, I'm not really interested in the derelict freighter ones. They're tedious. But you'll get it from these. And I'm doing these anyway, so, you know. Okay. Oh. Yeah, my feet are getting a little chilly. There we go. Oh, so you get something different. Yeah, did I show you the one I picked up? I thought it'd be everywhere, and I'm kind of sorry now I don't remember where the planet is, that I didn't grind it out for an S. But it's an A. It would only take a few nanites to pump it up to an S, which I might consider doing, but I'd prefer to find an S, you know, just to find an S kind of thing. It's like a little transformer, it's got no wings. Yeah. No, not yet. I still have that achievement to get. I've been kind of holding back. You know me, Indy, once I get to the last quest, I tend to lose interest in a game. And this one is quite good. So, I wanted to do all the other stuff, all the little side stuff before I actually get there. Yeah. But from what I see with this monolith, there'll probably transport us there. Yeah, something like I did in Valheim, just taking my time. This is a really decent game. It's an A, but we don't want it. But we'll take it. And we'll cash it in later. Oh, I got it under S, guys. I'll show you how I've been using it there. Now, that's the first S I got. I'm using that as my weapon. There, which is not bad. I'm up to about 3,000 on that. And this is the second one I got. Just got that before I came on in one of those. Where is it? I'm using this as a scanner. There it is. That's not bad, is it? as a scanner. At least it's an S. My mining scanner. I'll put it into storage if I can find something better, but it will do for a while. Now let's do a little bit of scanning before we go. Ah, there's one there, guys. Yeah, we've absolutely run out of that junk now, so we have no choice. Sometimes they drop pretty quick, and sometimes you're just wasting your time with these mirrors. Not really, no. Yeah, it doesn't really. You could keep going forever on this. But it would get old, you know? Yeah, but they've been constantly, you know, doing new expeditions and that. Keeping it alive. Let's see, is there another one close by? Maybe we get those guys. 2 of 3. Okay, there's only one more, guys, and then we can... Oh, there it is. Got him. That's it, we've done the planet. We have done the planet. Let's go and collect our cash. Thank you. And that cash. That's it. There wasn't many in that, was there? There's another one there, guys. So where's the one we're taking out? Right here. I want to mark this so I know which way to run. There. Yeah, it's just a mirror. What can we do? Let's run for it, guys. Okay, where is that marker? This is the problem with this. Let's get this storm to clear off. I can't see a thing. Can't see a thing in that. Of the... yeah. They do a lot of updates. Now... there it is down there. Let's see, is there another one close by? You could grind 10 of these in a row and get nothing, and you could do 10 and get 9. There's one right there, guys. That one over there, and there's one just here. Where is it? No luck, guys. So far. We'll get to the ship in a moment anyway. That's cheeky. Right, where are we going anyway? This is the problem with these survival games. I've lost track of that marker again. We'll let those guys just That seemed to be very irritable. Now. There it is, over there. Is there another one around? Not really, I think we burned them out. They'll sometimes hang 3 to 5 together within about 300 units apart. They're not too bad. I can't finally release me. Nice! Yeah. Oh, I never tried that. Yeah. Yeah. Even then, it's just a matter of taking out the battleship. I never tried that, actually. Yeah, we might do that later. As usually I've been on the ground, so I thought I'd take them out, you know. And I get a bit of scanning done as well. Even though there's no need to. Just have a thing for scanning, I'm afraid. Now, let's see. Are we anywhere to run to after this? Not really. No, no. Oh, there's one over there, guys. You see it? So that one is there, and that one is... there. Let's get this guy. There he is. We'll run back and we'll get that one. Oh, can't we all just get along? Apparently not. Ah, it's all MERS. Really getting the short end of the stick here on this one. Yeah, destroy the pillar would be probably the best thing. If I'm really going to get into the grinding here, that's what I will do. They're not that much of an annoyance so far. Right, we'll give up after this one. We'll go and see what that chip is like. Better be good. But at least I'm getting more of a varied design and class using the 3-star system. The pirate system was a disaster for me. Always sea and always the same kind of ship with very, very minor alterations. Where is this, guys? I keep losing markers on this. No, we must be close. Ha! You see what I mean? If you take your eye off it for 5 seconds. Valheim was or not Valheim, Subnautica was the same. Ha! Okay, enough of that. That's horrible, isn't it? No, I gotta let myself get too distracted anyway. I should have pushed forward. If we can get far enough away from it, but we lost our marker. No, there definitely was one there. But apparently not anymore. There it is. Well, there's one anyway. Yeah, in many ways. It's funny, I thought there was one much closer. Then how we lost our marker. Oh, you should see how many of these mirrors I have. It's ridiculous. Another one up there. Yeah, at least we're finding the mirrors anyway. We go for this one. But once we get these two guys, we'll have to check out the ship. But it's just, I've run out of echolocators, so I've been kind of forced to do this. See what I mean? I can't see it now. Okay, I'd love to know what's going on. Once I take the marker off, the thing seems to have disappeared. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna have to do these one at a time. That's the second one. No, I didn't. But all I have to do then is just get another echolocator, find another camp, and, you know, because I've gone through about 200 systems, and if I was to keep going back and doing that, it would be just too much. So what I'll do is just use another echolocator, place down one on the next one if I find the one I want. You know? Saves me a lot of time. It's like 1 in a million shot that I want this one. But I've been doing it so much, it wouldn't have made much sense to keep doing that and just adding that ritual as well. Right, this time we won't take our eyes off this. No joking, I must have scrapped 60 ships like this. And one didn't even come close to an S or even... I have decent kind of design. Except that little transformer guy. You know, that was an exception. And at first, you know, I didn't think much of it, but now it's starting to grow on me a bit. Oh, hi Randy. And how have you been? Oh, we did a little bit of decorating on the freighter, but we've been forced to push out again looking for echolocators. And the hunt continues. So, what have you been up to? How's your weekend been going? There's one right there. It's a long way off, but... No. You know when they really start to mess about and not give you those echolocators, they really do. And then it gets crazy where you get every second one is like an echolocator. Ah well. Fun, yeah. Yeah. It just gives me something to do. You know, a little goal. Nice. Getting some time to relax. Nice. Pity you can't buy those locators, you know. Or trade for them like the other ones. There's another one there. There's tons of these guys, but they're not giving out what we want, are they?
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
We seem okay. Right, we're here to take your echolocator. You see what that is there? Isn't that weird? Hang on. Let's just mark that again just for fun. And we get that one because the last time we took the marker off it seemed to disappear. Yeah, that's what I found about those. Correct. Yeah, don't look for it. You're wasting your time. Do you know what the other ones could have been, guys? Why I missed them? They could have been underground now that I come to think of it. I think that's why I missed the other ones. They were glitched down into a cave. Yeah. Okay, I can hear it. Where in goodness name is this thing?
Technology recharge.
I was afraid of taking that one out, you know that, but... Oh, there it is. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. What kind of a cave is this? Look at that. That's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, that's what happened to the other guys. They were glitched in the ground. And of course, yeah, another mirror. Why did I think it would be any different? Ah, well.
Units received. Units received.
Right, let's get out of here. That's why I missed the other two. They were probably underground. Now, there was one close by, wasn't there? Let's see if we can find that one. Ah, come on. It wasn't that far away. I know I've almost had my fill of this. Ah, there it is. I don't think that's the one, to be honest. I think there was one much closer. Either way, I can't see it anyway. I think we just get this one, guys, and we'll see what the ship is like. We'll grind out on the next planet. This one is becoming boring real fast. Murphy's Law. I know it well. Yeah, but they've been trapped off by the ground. They've spawned in, and they've spawned in the caves instead of on top. You know, getting the lowest level. Yeah, I can kind of understand it. And one of the setbacks of that procedural stuff, isn't it? Now, I seem to have lost track of it again, guys. Let's just get out of here and we'll see what that sentinel is like. Oh, it's probably Benitez again, is it? Yeah. I should have kept a close eye on that guy. Ah, well. Yeah. It's probably underground. But either way, it's not worth the hassle. So that was all for nothing. We got a ton of mirrors, but we got no locators. Right, let's see what the ship is. Well, you get lucky sometimes, you get 3 or 4 locators from that little hole, but... I see. I had 1, and what have I got now? 7. 6. We took out 6. Another 1. Yeah, okay. We'll harass them from the air in a moment. Yeah, I definitely know where they're not. Now, a nightmare would be one of those big sluggish orange thingies. Which the vast majority of them are. Yeah, well, actually never know, I might get lucky along here, but what was that? No. No. We'll go slow and we'll see if we see any of the mirrors on the way down. But, you know, we want to really prolong this that much. I actually flew over a camp like this one time by accident and found one. Nah, not worth it, guys. It takes up too much time. We'll be here forever. Not interested. If some of them were factories, alright, it might not be too bad, but... it's Russian roulette, really, isn't it? Probably. Yeah, the yellow. There's one design in particular that I really hate, and this is probably the one we'll see. But regardless if it's an S, I'll keep it as a trophy. Oh, hi, Jules. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? And what have you been up to? Oh, the amount of grinding I've done on this game is crazy. Now watch this for a piece of rubbish. Yeah, the exact... This is the one I really hate. You see it? I hate this design with a vengeance. The color's not bad, I'll give it that. Color's pretty cool, isn't it? It's a decent color. Oh yeah, I usually do until I finish everything IGMA on a game. And these larger games like this, they take a long time to finish, you know? The color's not bad, but the style is brutal. Wouldn't mind the wings. But the color's not altogether bad. But this would be a B at best. And there it is, guys, a B. I hate to be right all the time. But this isn't a planet that I'd grind out to try and get an S on that. Well, the color is not horrible. Not the best, but the design. Yeah, I hate that design. And they're the most common. It's been a while. Yeah, how have you been? Yeah, probably. And hi, Lars, how have you been? Yeah, but I'm getting lots of yellow and lots of horrible orange. And mostly this design, which I despise. But if I was going to grind out a planet, it wouldn't be for an S one of these. So that's done on that, so let's just claim it for scrap. Can't exactly leave it behind after that. Oh, that's good. Keeping busy. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Surviving. Not too bad, Jules. Yeah. Still have this lingering cough that I can't seem to get rid of. But it's not as bad as it was. It's a little bit tired, but that's normal. But still hanging in. Still hanging in. It's usually rubbish. There. Now, we'll claim it anyway. It's definitely not my kind of ship. Now, right, let's go. No, I've been very unlucky with the ship hunting. Except for the freighter, that was a gift. And even the multi-weapon, multi-tool things, they were kind of easy enough. So, we'll change our strategy in a moment. We might be able to fit in a tiny little bit more building when we get back. Oh yeah, this guy I need to see. Oh, that's just a trading post, is it? It is. No, it's not the one I'm looking for. I've been changing in those artifacts. God, I've done this. Oh, excuse me, so many times. Yay. Right, We'll go back, we'll claim the ship, and we'll have a quick look here. Well, really and truly, we need to get our hands on another echolocator. We took out 6 mirrors without any luck. Well, we'll see. Second we get one, we'll move on. Yeah, I think so. But I've jumped out quite a bit. We could. I've been out over 100,000. I think what was it? Yeah, 100,000 light years at one stage. But yeah, I think I'm pretty much getting the same junk.
Technology prepared.
Rubbish. Now, let me see. Anything we can get rid of while we're here? Only once I've ever stumbled on one of those camps, you know that? There's one there, guys. There's one of the mirrors. And there's another one there. Yeah, we'll get this one that's 380. Oh, I might get lucky. Yeah, I can literally see it from here. Yeah, there it is there. Haha. Yeah, some of these planets, you just won't get those locators, you know that. And this looks like one of them. Well, let's put it this way, we'll have tons of mirrors. Oh. Oh, well. Right, let's get out of here, guys. I think we have played out our welcome. Hang on. There's actually 2 more down here. Nice. Ah, it's a lot of mirrors, guys. Okay, I think we've just cornered the market on mirrors. Ah, that's wicked, isn't it? That's like 10 without any success. Sometimes you get decent drops on them, but not this time. Yeah, okay, let's leave this. We'll switch to something different. High right. Oh. Yeah, I've got tons of them. But I've got like well over 250,000 nanites that I'll never spend as well. Yeah, I'll show you what I've got here. I've got, what, almost 350,000 nanites? And I've got almost 2 billion. I don't know, if I make a little bit more than 2 billion, I might buy X. That seems to be a trend, doesn't it? Although, from what I've heard, given a little bit more time, it won't be worth $1,000. The stock market doesn't smile on that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, hang on. There's something down here. It's probably going to be junk, but there's never really nothing interesting in these anyway. Farscape. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Instagram. Some nice names, alright. TikTok. Yeah, TikTok. There's a couple of rogue platforms, alright. But apparently it seems to be what the majority wants. Of course, that majority is like 12 years old. But what can you do? Yeah, every app would be, I'd say, without the right moderation. Those people would be everywhere. But let's say when the whole thing starts to tighten up, they'll all start moving to places, let's say, that are a little less restrictive. And then eventually you'll get a concentration of all the idiots and all the toxic people all in one spot. What a heaven. Just depends on how much the platform will let them away with, you know? Oh my god. Yeah, that seems to be a thing, doesn't it? I don't know why they have to spread that thing, that Smorn thing, to those platforms. There's plenty of websites for people, you know, if they want that. Does it have to be everywhere? Yeah, we're done, guys. Okay. Like what, 20 minutes without getting one? Yeah, but what did what did Zuck say again? He said he was getting rid of the moderators and putting in community something. Yeah, that's a nice one. I think it was only what, a year ago he was called before Congress to explain why there's so much toxic stuff for young people on Facebook. And now he's declaring he's getting rid of what little moderation he had. Not that he did it very well, to be honest. That was a big 360, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, most likely, yeah. Yeah. I did, at one stage, read up on his story. You know? He's not a guy to go into business with. You know, ask the other two guys that did Facebook with him. Well, what did they start it off as before? To get chicks. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. To get chicks. Well, I hope he got himself enough chicks. No, Facebook. I'm talking about Zuckerberg. Yeah. He wanted to meet chicks. Yeah. Yep.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
He is, I don't know much about him, but, I do know the practices they use in Facebook are pretty sketchy. I was not amused by their lack of decent moderation on Facebook, let's say, you know, during that Tibetan crisis in Myanmar. You know, him having two moderators that could speak that language to do something about that. You know, there was a lot of... it was actually used to coordinate a lot of atrocities. You know, Facebook. But I don't think he's got a political thing either way, to be honest. He's just greedy. He just wants money, you know. The way he stabbed his partners in the back is an absolute indication, really, of what he is, you know. That's what Zuckerberg said. He's taking out all the moderators, they're gone, and he's putting in community notes. That's exactly, I was trying to remember. So he's taking a leaf from Elon's book. Ah, birds of a feather. Yeah, but the people are kind of partly to blame too, to believe any kind of junk that's, you know, out there, you know, without zero fact checking, you know, or using any kind of critical thinking, or in some cases common sense. Yeah, I seen his I read his biography. He was a strange guy, you know. He was a strange guy. But for some reason, you know, any mega wealthy guy, if you kind of dig into his life story, you'll see a lot of red flags. It always that kind of, you know, there's only me kind of thing. No kind of emotion, no kind of sympathy, anything like that. No, zero empathy. I suppose that's what it takes, you know, to become that wealthy. I wonder, do they realize when they die they can't take it with them? Oh. Yeah, I've just been trading in these artifacts. A little side gig. There it is. What are we getting rid of today? Only problem is I'll only take one, and these places are so rare to find. Bezos. I never take much into him. I do remember the rumors, but they're only rumors, you know. It's hard to know, you know. But my dad used to always say, when someone gets that successful, it's not from being a nice guy. They had to make some pretty serious sacrifices that I did gladly. I tend to go with that. Yeah. Jackson he had a very traumatic life. Very, very in a bubble, yeah. Almost the mind of a child. At any time, it is all back through history, really. You know? I remember one guy who was local. He was okay. He was always a bit of a jerk, but tolerable, you know? But it was the time that the country started doing lottos and national lottos and stuff. And I think he won a couple of mil. Back those times, a couple of mil was a lot of money. Like, you get a decent 3-bedroom house for like 50 grand, so 2 or 3 mil, 4 mil was like mega bucks. And he turned into some kind of loony bin. But his it was him or a wife bought the ticket, whatever. But his wife was dying and passed away, unfortunately. But he bought a business. He ran it to the ground. He sold that off for peanuts. He bought his kid a really nice house. The kid was just like the dad. He sold that off almost immediately. Blew the money in 3 months on God knows what. And whatever money he had left, he shacked up with some local lady of the night and paid off her mortgage and brought her on world tours and trips. And then when his money was gone, everyone turned away from him, the people who were sponging off him. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. And he was back to being a reasonably nice guy again. Idiot. You know. Absolute idiot. Absolutely, yeah, you've got to make it yourself. And those who don't, let's say, who have not made it, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's because they didn't, put in the time. But easy come, easy go, that kind of stuff, yeah. Easy come, easy go. Like, everyone needs money, don't get me wrong, and one guy is as fond as money as the next, but once you've got, a roof over your head, enough food, and you're reasonably financially secure, and something maybe for your kids, it's okay then, In my career, over time, I could have taken jobs that were legal, but not moral. They were very, very legal, and I could have making a lot of money. But I didn't, You always have to look at yourself in the mirror. And I think it was worth it. Only one, yeah? But money is so useless here now. If you go to Dublin, the capital city, Randy, and you just were buying a modest 3-bedroom house during the boom, that was a long time ago, in an estate with tons of other houses, you would be asked €1 million for it. For something that maybe 8 years before was going for something like 75,000. the the Ponzi building scheme they had in this country was unbelievable. You know, same stuff that Goldman Sachs would have been doing. You know, pumping up artificial demand for houses with loans they knew would never be repaid. You know, and then of course opportunistic builders coming in, crooks as well, and the government stood by and let it happen. Actually, they encouraged it. You know, what's the exchange rate? I haven't a clue. I remember the old currency we had. It was worth about 20% or 20% more, but this one, I don't know, it wouldn't be much now, I suppose. It all depends on the markets and how they're going. But I'd imagine, I would say, $100 would be worth what? About 90 euros, I'd say, ish. And that's just a guess. Yeah, that's some of the banks is where you go through them and they'll charge you fees. But it is very, very volatile currency at the moment, especially the dollar. On £8. Yeah, we do the potions. Why do they keep giving me these silly things? Stolen eggs. What is that? Oh. Okay, that's new. Okay, let's go, guys. We're pretty much done. Where's my ship? Well, that's only a guess. No, where were we going, guys? Oh yeah, we've got to go back to this. What do they call them? We're looking around, aren't we, for something interesting. We'll just spend a few minutes. This is a waste of time. This could keep you going for days here, going to the same ruins over and over again. I never know, I might get lucky. So I was close enough. About 10%. Yes, they're part of the EU. We've been part of the EU since the 1960s, before it was called the EU, European Union. There was only 6 countries, I think, involved. 6 or 7. Then it started to expand. Yeah. For today, yeah. There was Britain, Ireland, France, and a few more. I think there might have been 9. Now there's like 20 something. No, it uses sterling, the British currency. Yeah. Another form of it. It looks a lot different, but it's sterling, yeah. Google can be alright, yeah. It does. It uses the British pound. It does. Yeah. It does. But not exactly the same. You know, they'll have their own money, but it would be sterling. From your trip, yeah? I remember the real old stuff, guys. I remember money when, well, I was very, very young. But let's say we're in euro now. We used to be on the punt, they call it. And it was a classic thing, like 100 pennies or a cent in the usual thing. But not long before that, it would have been the early 70s. I was just a kid. But it was 240 pennies in a pound. They were huge, the old money. Yeah, it was very, very colourful. And the Brits were doing the same. They had the sovereign, the farthing. There was, I can remember when it was halfpennies, and then there was farthings. That was a quarter penny. I can remember going to the store and buying. I think the same ice cream now would be something around maybe $2. I can remember, for let's say we'll call it bucks. Instead of the money we had then, it'd be easier to understand. So let's say now it would retail for $1 to $2, maybe 1.50. I remember going into a local store and buying that for like 6 cents. I can remember when a can of Coca-Cola was 5 cents. Yeah, it's not that anymore. Yeah, yeah, that's the one. Is the pound sterling? That's the one. I still have some of the old money in a collection. I mean the old money back from before the what did I call pre-decimation? Yeah, no, that kind of rounded up to 100. Then there was the gold sovereigns. That was Britain again. It's so used for jewellery today, but it looks really tacky, to be honest. Wouldn't be my thing. Using a coin as jewellery. Actually, I don't wear jewellery at all. Just my wedding ring. And even these past few years, because of my blood pressure, my fingers swelling up, I had to put it away for safekeeping. In case it get trapped on my finger and stop my blood flow. It is, yeah. It is kind of a waste, I suppose. But I suppose what would happen is if you abolish that, they would class the 5 cent then, and kind of price everything that way. So let's say we say it in cent, it's easier. So let's say they abolish the cent, okay? And let's say something was let's say $1.02, then it's $1.05. So stuff is going up 2 or 3%. They usually take advantage, but it is a waste. Yeah, it is a waste. No, they're still there in the cent thing, but it is kind of useless. But I remember when this country before the euro, and well, I'm going a long time back. I'm going back to the 70s when it was the half cent. Well, it was, the penny, but we'll call it a cent. And I can even remember back when it was a quarter one. But I'm really stretching it there. I was, a little more than I thought, but I can remember it. Yeah, what I can see happen there is, let's say, when someone is, rounding something off, you'll be losing a little bit, when you're buying. Yeah. You'll be losing a little bit. They've been doing that in stores here. So usually the way it goes, if something is, let's say $1 and 2 cent, well then it's $1. Or let's say your shopping comes to $50 and 2 cent, then it's $50. Or if it comes to $50 and 3 cent, well then it's $50 and 5 cent. So there's a kind of give and take in it, I suppose. But because of the rule on the 3 cent thing, I think it's a little bit like a casino on a house. in the big picture they would gain a little bit, over time. It's included here. If you walk into a store and it's $10, that's it. That's what you're paying, $10. I think it's a much better system. Because I think, getting your shopping and, working it out maybe at $100 and then going and finding out that it's like 120 or 125, I think is unacceptable. I do know it makes things look cheaper because they think people are simple, that they wouldn't realize this. It's much like charging, $9.99 for something, so it doesn't sound like $10. That people would say, "Oh, yeah, great, that's cheap, I'll buy that." But if it was $10, oh no, that's too expensive. So it's just a kind of mind game, you know. But it's nice to go into a store and know that whatever is written up there, if you want it, that's what you do, and you pay that, and that's it. You're done. You're out the door, you know. But it's just a system to make you think something is cheaper than what it actually is. But it really is an insult on your intelligence. I think they've just gotten used to it, I suppose, But I would imagine everyone that would buy something, let's say it's $20, and they would say, "Oh yeah, but remember there's tax." But then it's confusing because I suppose every state would have a different tax bracket, so yeah, it's a minefield, all right. Oh my. I could never understand why there wasn't one system, across all of the states. It would be so much simpler. I think even in some states, the measurement sizes can be a problem. But there should have been one across the board. Yeah, yeah. And when you're buying something, it should be included in that. That would have making life much, much more simple. The same tax system. But it's much more complicated than that in the US. That stems all the way back to the colonies and the deals that were made, You see, the problem is if there's not one tax that would govern all, you'll get little states here and there coming in and, thinking maybe they want to make some more money, and then they'll come out with different taxes that would have been impossible to do nationwide, So, yeah, states and governors could take advantage of a situation like that, because they are allowed to do their own state taxes, Oh, really? That's unbelievable. There's a service tax. How does that work? Of 5%. Oh my. No. No. It's not that much of a tipping culture here, but it's big enough. But basically what's done with tips, if you're working in, well, tips would really come in on the kind of catering industries, the food sector. So all of the tips would go into a jar, and then at the end of the week, staff, they would just get a cash, that's it. But there's no tax on tips, no. Why, is there tax on tips in the US? Yeah, there's no tax on tips. That's something that the government doesn't care anything about. There is. Oh my. But isn't that, let's say, a little bit nasty? Because, in that sector, let's say people will take very, very low paying jobs, because they would hope that the tips would kind of fill in to make it, a kind of livable wage. So, basically when you're taxing that, I do know employers have been taking advantage of minimum wage jobs, you know. And I know the old story is, well, if you don't like the job, you don't have to stay. Get a better job. Easier said than done. If you have a job and it takes so long to get another one, you can't afford to give it up for so long. It could be easy to be trapped in a low-paying bad job that you hate if you've got responsibilities, you know. So that is a bit of a trap. Hmm. Ah, time will tell. I can't say that. I've heard that story time and time again, you know. But there'd be a lot of lobbyists and a lot of people that would have something to say about that. Hmm. I don't think I've heard him mention it, but we'll see. Oh, you've got to include it on your taxes. Yeah, yeah. I suppose there would be some interest in some industries where tips would be, rather huge. Um, in entertainment, I suppose, and I use that word loosely. But for the likes of the catering sector, where we know they're working on minimum wage, and the tips would be, not that big. I don't think they should be touched. Whether if you're in some kind of industry where, at the end of the year your tips could be like 50, 60 grand or more, yeah, maybe that should be looked into, you know. But, people trying to survive on minimum wage, no, no, not a thing. I don't think it should be touched. But I don't know how the system works. Hmm. Hmm. Complicated, all right, isn't it? Very. So what's the minimum wage there? Well, I suppose again it's complicated. It would depend from state to state. But I think the minimum wage here, uh, I'm not sure. Um, I'm not sure to be honest. Yeah. No, I wouldn't have a clue. Is $15 an hour. Well, the problem with, you know, you're saying nationwide. I would imagine in some states it would be much, much more expensive to live to some states than others. So let's say you're in some town, let's say maybe in Kansas or Oklahoma or whatever the case may be, and there's rent and taxes and stuff like that, and you'd be paying from your job. And then let's say you're living in New York City, which the rent would be sky high. So there's other factors as well, I suppose, to take into account. Hmm. Seven, oh my good God. It changes, that's what I was thinking, state to state. Oh, that's in Canada. Oh yeah, sorry. Hmm. Yeah. But in the US it's, my God, 7.25. So let's round it off at $7. You work a 40-hour week, so that's what, $280 a week for a full-time job. Oh my good God. I'd imagine it would be hard to pay for your accommodation and your utilities and actually have a life on $280. So then you're talking about two jobs, and even at 560 it would be a struggle. That's bad. Oh, hi Das, and how have you been? Yeah, we still have a little bit of time. So
let's do a little bit, guys. So, how's your day been, Das? Anything interesting? Oh yeah, let's see if we can...
Hostile scan detected.
I can't control this thing. Wait, can we even take it down? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it looks okay. I wonder did we actually take that one out. That ship is too hard to control. Oh, we got something, whatever it was. Ah, there's one down there. Yeah, we're kind of desperate for one of these. Let's see how it goes.
Hostile scan detected.
Oh, French. Oh. That's right, yeah. In McDonald's, yeah. They're on about, yeah. I think it's roughly about something like that. Yeah. Yeah, in McDonald's they get about 24 an hour. Let's see if we can take out this one. You see what I mean? This thing is just too fast. Well, it's gone all right, yeah. Oh, we got an echolocator, guys. We can take it out with the plane, but it's the ship, but it's very awkward. But still, we can get it. Okay, we got an echolocator. We're not too bad. Okay. Let's go fight these guys. Let's see if they're as good as they pretend to be. Come on. See if we can get out the big guy and we'll take him out. Ah, it's only 2-star. I don't think we can raise the stars. It's only gone down to 1 now. Pity. No, we're not going to get the big guys out like this. Let's take out this guy and we'll land again. But yeah, we're probably better off using the ship. I'll refine it and we'll see if we can do a bit better. No, let's keep looking. We'll ignore the planes, the ships, and we'll see if we can find any more of those mirrors. And we'll take them out the hard way. Why not? Have a bit of fun. Our minimum wage is about 12 euros. But in my branch, for example, it depends on which federal state you work. get between 13 and 22, depending on the state. Yeah. They want to increase wages significantly, like they did here. Yeah. Please convince them to do it in stages and gradually, not all at once, because so many businesses went under and an insane amount of people lost their jobs because places couldn't afford their employees. Yeah, it should be. Well, wages should at the very least keep up with inflation. You know, um, in most cases, in most countries, because of the madness that's going on, um, inflation is way outstripping wages. That would have to be kept in check. But yeah, it will have to be done gradually. There's not many things you can do to safeguard against private industry without interfering I won't say free trade, without interfering with private business. The problem is private business are there to make money, and they don't care if times are hard or they're artificially jacking up the price as long as they make money. But a balance will have to be done, before things can progress much. Yeah, I've seen that happen before, over investing in something like that. A lot of companies would be doing leasing over time, so, they'll be able to get back on, let's say, the appreciation tax on the equipment and other stuff. And lots of other companies would make a mistake. I've even seen companies buying fleets that would be, brand new, but they would be about a month before the change of registration plates. So when taxes would come in, they would be considered from last year, you know what I mean? And they could collect on the depreciation of that. But that would only work in huge businesses. Yeah, there's lots of ways to kind of work it out, but never overinvest in something, in a company. Mm. Well, if those little people are, let's say, not getting enough to eat, or their kids are not getting enough to eat, I would say it would help them. The problem is adjusting the tax burden. So let's say you get the tax burden down, and then some other guy walks in again and he raises it up by another 100 trillion again, But yeah, it should be a combination, Des, of both, to make sure people have enough money for a roof over their head and food to eat, and then working on the tax burden, getting that done. But it would take a massive change in how things are done in a lot of places to do that, But I hear stories of people where they've got to choose between, whether they want to feed their kids or heat their home. And that's heartbreaking, And these people are not lazy, they're working every hour that God sends, So if you work, every hour that you can, and you still can't, make enough to pay the bills, there's something, really wrong when you see companies and corporations making record profits, CEOs getting 2, 3, 400 million bonuses on top of their wages just for being nasty. Pharmaceutical companies, lots of places like that, literally living off the pain and misery they cause. But yeah, a combination of both. But it's easy to say minimum wage, and again it's complicated because different costs, different expenses, different states. But really, if you work a full-time job, or as many hours as God can send you, if you haven't got enough to live on, to feed your family, or even just to feed yourself, where you've got to decide between heating or you've got to decide between food or paying the bills, there's definitely something wrong with that system. Now, if across the board, if everyone is feeling it, including the corporations, I would say, yeah, well, everyone is feeling it. But these corporations are making more money than they ever did. So, that's something to think about. No problem, and thanks for hanging out, Raid. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah. There you go. You know what I mean? But if there was a system where people would be paid what they're worth, Randy, how ideal would that be? Like, no hard-working person is asking for a handout or more than what they deserve, But if a company profits from your labour, should you not get, a respectable amount for that? You shouldn't have to struggle, while they're raking in, billions on your sweat and toil. But that would be a hard thing to sort out. But the stopgap on that one time would have been unions. But over the decades, unions have, what's left of them have pretty much gone hand in hand now with the corporations. Unions have not got the teeth they used to have. Oh, hi, Val. Basically, if you go far enough in the quest line, you'll be able to call up something called, I'll show you. Here, I was just doing this, I'll show you how you do it. I should be able to do it from here. There's been a lot of kind of propaganda about unions. There was a time when unions were good, It was basically unions that stopped us being serfs, where employers could do what they wanted with their workers. And then, it's basically a band of workers standing together, supporting each other, is the ideal way. I suppose there is some unions that have been compromised in one way or another, I suppose. Let's just say they're not as powerful as they used to be. But they're basically your only chance, Oh, hi Corin, and how have you been? Yeah, I do know there's a lot of propaganda against unions. I know that corporations actively try to dissuade, anyone from doing unions. I think Musk let one in there at one stage, didn't he? And I do know these companies hire agencies to stop it happening, You're right there, yeah. Their fees are not much, but as I said, they are these days pretty toothless, But let's say if your boss said we're going to cut half your wages, that's when a union comes in, or we're going to make you work 2 hours free every week for, they would come in there. Unions are not too bad here, but it would work from union to union and from country to country, I suppose. 100 hours in Subnautica. Nice. So, sorry, Bo. I was going to show you how this Quicksilver thing works. Let's see if we can bring this up. So once you get far enough in the quest line, you can call up the anomaly here. Yeah, unions are still a pretty big thing here, but they are less effective than they were in the 70s and 80s, you know. Depends on where you are. Oh, sugar, look at this. This is a bug, guys, where you get caught. Let me just load this up again. You see, I haven't got a save. It won't let me out. There it is, I got out. Nice. So, eventually in the quest line, sorry, what was your name again? Bal, isn't it? Yeah. You'll get the ability to call up the anomaly. That's on the main quest. So when you do, you call up the anomaly. And right over here, you'll see this little tank here. This is where you pick up your Quicksilver quests. Now, you don't have to be multiplayer or anything like that. And if you go in here, mine is all gone, I've done them. But there's one every day. There's one every day, bow for 400. So do that one. And then on the weekend, there's one for 1800. Do that one as well. So you go in here, and you'll be able to see them. I've got none here. But the ones that's available for Quicksilver, you'll see them here, and you'll see the rewards. It will say X amount of Quicksilver. It's usually 400 every day, and as I said, 18. I think it's 1800 for the weekend. So you get them here, right? And once you start getting them here, you'll see a little hologram whenever they're available, sometimes. Now, to spend that Quicksilver, you go over to this guy here. And you push on this one here. And you see I've bought some things already. So this is all the stuff you can buy. I've been mostly buying plants and stuff like that. So that's where you pick up the quests. One every day for 400. One on the weekend for 1800. And that's where you spend it. There's some decent stuff in there, you know, if you want to save it up for other stuff. And the rest here is, you know, all of the NPCs you talk to eventually through the game. There's about 7 or 8. You get a lot of upgrades you can buy and stuff like that, where you can spend nanites or salvage modules and stuff like that, but that's basically it. It's pretty simple. But you'll need that anomaly before you can do it. But if you follow the main quest line, oh, no problem, my pleasure. That comes up pretty quick, you know. You probably have the anomaly already. But that's where it comes up on that. So it doesn't matter if you're multiplayer or whatever, you can do those and you'll get paid. And they're kind of straightforward, so there should be no problem. My pleasure. Oh, and of course, thanks for following, Bao. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Yeah, simple enough. So, my apologies, Das and Corin. So how have you guys been? What have you been up to? Oh, 100 on Subnautica. Great game, isn't it? Yeah, that's the problem with Subnautica. If you rush through with the story, it goes quite quick. And, you know, the scenery and everything is so beautiful, it's so immersive. So, I really like this game as well, so I've been, you know, doing all of the stuff. You're best to, you know, get all the other stuff over with, Corin. You know, the little side things and, you know, anything you want to build and make and, you know, get really into it. And then, absolutely, you know, even this, if I went forward with the main quest, There, sorry, my audio cut out. There's a problem with this stupid controller. Xbox is such trash, you know that. But yeah, basically take your time, especially if you really enjoy the game. You know, there's nothing like that first playthrough, Corin, is there? You took your time. Ah, not much. Yeah, it's been cold here now as well. My feet have been freezing. Yeah. That's what I might do after the stream, just get some rest and maybe watch an old movie or something. It's been ages, you know. No, that was the controller. I had to switch it on and off to get it to work again. It's, you know, the controller is only about 3 months old, and it's one of those, you know, so-called Elite 2 controllers. Elite, alright. The only thing elite about this controller is the money I gave for it is going to the Elite. So, yeah, they've got that part right. Yeah, absolutely. You know, even if you love a game to bits, even if it's your favourite game, you know, it's never the same when you play it again. It's good, don't get me wrong, but it's never the same. Yeah, especially if you like it, of course. So, I would advise to get into every aspect of the game. You know, learn it top to bottom, then looking forward to moving to the next stage, and then you're good. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I've went through 5 of them, but I didn't buy them. My sons bought them as presents and stuff, and I couldn't complain, you know. But yeah, that's what it was, 180 or 190 or something ridiculous. They're literally falling apart. If I can take a... I'll try and take a snapshot of the other one that's 5 months old. No, sorry, that's not true. Well, it's been sitting on this table here for about 2 months, so it's about 8 months old. And, you know, I didn't rough it up or anything. I would take a shot of that and post it on Discord, and you'll see what you're up against. The kind of damage, just from the heat of your hands. They literally fall apart. You know, like a cheap suit. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely, yeah. Do everything, Corin, before you move on. And then when you're really stuck, you go to the next stage. You know, getting all the technology, building yourself a nice little base. You know, doing everything. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah, they always do silly things like that. You know, one of the cheaper controllers would have doing just fine. You know, there's tons of buttons on this thing that I don't need. But I swear to you, myself, I'll never buy a Microsoft controller again. I'll go with one of the licensed brands, like Wolverine or something. You know, they have a bit of a reputation for being decent controllers. You know? It's something like, let's say, I trust anyone would to make a controller for Xbox except Microsoft. The same way as I would trust anyone to do an Oblivion redo except BGS. And speaking of that, there is actually someone doing it. I think Microsoft gave the game over to some... I forget the name, but apparently they're Chinese-based. They've got a ton. They've done a lot of work as support group for games. A lot of famous games, actually. They've got like 4,000 staff. But apparently they're doing the remake. And I've heard rumours that it might drop as early as next month. They're doing it on Unreal Engine 5. And they're supposed to be doing some good things. And there's also rumours that they might try to do some games themselves. You know? Wolverine, yeah. Wolverine. You know, like the X-Men Wolverine? Yeah, there's a lot of people recommended the Wolverine to me. They said they've got them for years with no problems. And apparently, you know, the elite ones would be... Not that I'd be getting the elite ones, just the ordinary ones would do. You know, the elite ones would be pretty expensive, but cheaper than the Microsoft ones. So I'd say you'd be getting the kind of normal controller that we could use for about 50-ish, I'd say. You know, which would be kind of considered expensive as something that's not an original. But these guys are supposed to do some really good stuff. But like, we all know that the original is junk, so... You know, it's just a name. Yeah, but they'll be the next ones up. I'll try. You know, and somebody gave me the name of something as an alternative as well. You know, they're retailing for about, I think, maybe 30 or something euros, and they're supposed to be quite good as well. So, yeah, I'll eventually remember the name. I have it written down somewhere. But the Wolverine thing kind of sticks, you know. Mm. A custom controller. Ah, well, this one is the Elite 2, so it's kind of custom. You can put all the triggers on the bottom. They give you a fancy little case. But it peels like a ripe orange in about 2 months from the heat of your hands. And then, let's say, it's made from a brittle plastic that it develops a ton of hairline cracks for no reason. Then eventually those cracks meet up and pieces will fall off your controller. But yeah, this one now is holding up well. It hasn't peeled yet, and it's about 2 months old. I'm impressed. This is my 5th one, guys. So I'm impressed. Maybe they got it right with this one. But I did check it out, and apparently what they've been doing is this cheap rubber coating. They didn't even glue it on. They've been heat pressing it on. In some probably, knowing them, in some probably sweatshop in some third world country. My 5th, yeah. This is my 5th Elite in about a year and a little bit. Yeah, 2 I got originally, and then I brought them back in because they're broke. You know, the consumer thing here is pretty fair. They've got to, hand them back out, depending on where you bought them, obviously. Oh, hi, Count. And how have you been? And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. Yeah, I was just getting ready to raid. Well, no, I actually have an hour. Yeah, so what I've been doing here is I've been doing a bit of grinding on this. And thanks for that shout out, Das. And good to see you too. How have you been? What have you been up to? So this is No Man's Sky. I've been, kind of holding back on the last quest. I'm still on my massive search for a decent Sentinel ship, which I can't seem to find. But I did get an S-class freighter, a pirate one. I've been kind of fixing that up and kind of working on a base. So I've been kind of prolonging the game, Life's been strange. It always is, yeah. So, let's get out of here, guys. And I just brought up the anomaly there. Somebody wanted to know about, where you do the Quicksilver quest. But to be honest, I'm a bit of a newbie myself, but I've been doing those for a while because I wanted to buy the decorations. So we've been kind of working on the freighter. Once I finish that, I'll get back to the land base, and I want to do a kind of underwater base. We'll see how it goes. But it's a massive grind, this game, but all of them are. But in a kind of a good way, With only one yawn, yeah? But even now, after just 5 hours and 10 minutes, I'm starting to feel it, guys. I'll see if I can push a bit more. I usually push for 6 hours. Advertise for 4, but we'll see. Now there's just something I want to check on this, but I'll show you what I've been up to at the freighter. Well, the freighter is it's kind of much like building on Starfield. These box things and that. You can do a little bit of decorating, but not everything looks good, But very fun game. I would highly recommend this to anyone. But I'll show you what I've been up to. And I think I need to get back to I need to get back to the settlement anyway. I think they want to see me. And then we'll head straight out to the freighter. I don't know what the point of these settlements are in this game. There's not much to them. And the next two are free. Yeah, they're bonus. Uh, with a potential bonus on that again. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm still pretty much a newbie at this. This is my first playthrough. But most of the stuff I've been doing on this is just sheer grind. Oh, now I'm starting to yawn. But yeah, I've been pretty impressed. There's so much to do in this, you just get kind of, you never really finish anything because you're so distracted with all the new stuff. There's a few bugs I found here and there, but I've eventually kind of found my way around. Nothing too major, If you can deal with a BGS game, you can work your way around the bugs on this, I'd say. And one thing I've learned is never send them off on their glorious expedition. Not unless you want to drop a few settlers. Okay, there we go. Now, I'll show you what we do. Yeah, we got an S-class pirate freighter. Very first one, which was a miracle because every one I've run into after this was a C, about 20 in a row, except the last one was a B for some reason. The spawning mechanics in this can be a little bit iffy. A little bit buggy, the spawning mechanics. Finally. So this is what I've done on... hang on, let me get out of here. I haven't really... Oh, for goodness sake. When I do the decorating, I'll nod you. Where is it? There. See, I haven't really finished the decorating. There's gonna be something like this. You can do a bit of decorating, but not everything looks well, There's still a good bit more I need to do, but this would be the first layer. So storage in here. This needs a little bit of restructuring. Well, I'll have a day or two anyway of a break, so I might have a look at it. Oh, that's just a bridge, you can't do anything out there. And that you seen was the teleport room, and I've got various other things in here. But I've got at least one of every room. I did find out the hard way that, building a stairs and building another room doesn't exactly carry over the power. It took me a long time to work that out. So these were not growing. That was a major problem. I even tried building rooms beneath, but it didn't work. So then I found out that the only thing that seems to power these up is if you've got the walkways, or, those open walkways, and if they're coming in contact with the rooms, for some reason, this is the only way you could power them up. I found a bug, well, at least on my playthrough, on the walkways. They're okay in straight lines, but once you start to take a bend on them, the center will disappear, and they'll go sideways, and they'll go worse over time. But if you use them in straight lines, they're not too bad, so I wanted one of these anyway, so I did this to power it up. But I don't know if that's a thing on this game where people are having problems powering up their agricultural thing on the freighter. But this would work as long as there's rooms beneath. And if I use the glass ones, they bug up. Or the ordinary ones, once the pillars are formed. And I did find a serious problem as well with getting upgrades from defeating the pirate freighters. It was working perfectly the first 4 tries, then I did 9 on the spot without any reward. But I changed my tactics. What I would do then is unfortunately let them take out the freighter. Just take their engines, let them take out the freighter, then take out their shields. And then when they surrender, it works every time. I get an upgrade module. So I would have said maybe, that was the way it is, but in the beginning it wasn't. So that's, I don't know, it could have been the update, it could have been something. But the spawn mechanics and some things You know, they're kind of iffy. But a great game, all in all. Oh, for goodness sake, Das. You've ruined my week. I'll eventually have to buy that, but I'll wait till they're selling it like for $1 to get it over with. My god, that Starfield. I'm not joking, the exploring on this game is like 1,000,000 times better. You know, you can do procedural to a certain amount, procedural kind of stuff, you know, something that would, you know, and still make it kind of interesting, you know. No problem, that. On the second floor, yeah. Yeah, when I came in here, when I did it that way, these would not grow. You see where well, they won't show now, but it'll give you a time limit. But on this, there was like an 8 on the side, the infinity symbol. And the whole thing said abandoned structure. So I said, okay, it's probably not getting power. So the stairs didn't bring it, so I brought the rooms beneath. That didn't work either. So once I got the walkways out here, and once it actually got to there, the whole thing powered up. But I couldn't use them for the design I wanted because they were pretty buggy. But, you know, luckily enough there was these open ones. They don't have the bug. And they worked. But these ones here, they'll work okay if you keep them in a straight line. I'll show you what I mean. Here, let me go down and save first. And the first time I did these, this didn't happen, but it's doing it from now, you know. So it's not the way they're supposed to be. Let me save this here so I don't do too much damage. And then we can load that up. Well, I'll show you what I mean. Do you need a system with a derelict freighter? No, but you can get kind of minor upgrades on those derelict freighters at the end, you know. What I find is, you know, when you get that attack, well, basically for me, it doesn't matter what system I'm in. 1, 2 star doesn't make a difference, you know. But if you run into a battle, let's say, where it's just the fighters, and you want to take a shot at the freighter, just reload your save and go to a pirate system. It's almost guaranteed every time to be a pirate battle. Now, let's say once you better take the engines before you do anything. There's 4 engines at the back, and then how you do it is up to you. But in my game, let's say the way I used to do it is I take the engines, that's a given. Then I'd take the guns and I'd save the freighter, and then they would obviously give me money. Then the guys would give up, let's say, on the ship, and I was getting, well, for the first 4 times I got the upgrades, but then none. For 9. So then I changed my system. I came in, I took 4 engines, I took out half of the shields, I let them finish off the freighter, then I took the other shields, then they surrendered, and then I'd always get the upgrade, you know. But if you're looking for an S-class, freighter, I suppose the pirate system, you know, apparently there's a 5% spawn chance on that. That would be your best chance to get one. And obviously you'll have to get it during a battle, so yeah, it would be the pirate system, would be the way to go. That isn't what he is meaning. Is it not? Sorry. Do you have or need a system with a derelict freighter to get all the time S upgrades? The best I've ever got for them, I don't exactly understand your question then. I've never gotten an S class. If you're talking about the upgrades I have in my freighter, the S class, all of them were gotten from defeating the freighters. They're not derelicts. The derelicts are the ones where they're kind of, you know, there's nobody there and you go in and you start looting the place. All of mine were gotten from battles. I'll show you. See all of these S's? I took them from defeating pirate freighters. not derelicts. Now, I think these two here come from derelicts. See these two on the side? But all of the S's, guaranteed every time. So are you looking, Lars, for S-grade upgrades for your freighter? Because the only place, I'm still new at this, but the only place I've been able to get them guaranteed is on the battles with the freighters. Hmm. You have all you need, yeah. Yeah, the question was, do you have or need a system with a derelict freighter to get all the time S upgrades? Oh, you mean shorten the time of your fleet? No, it doesn't have to be a derelict system, you know. That's just something that would come randomly. I've got a few of them. And welcome back, Das. Yeah, but that's the way I'm reading your message, you know. So, you know, I'm kind of reading it literally. So you're asking, when you're saying time upgrade, it's the one where 15% off expedition time. Yeah. So all of those I got from the battles. It's only junk that would come, you know. But if you're asking, is it possible to get an S upgrade from a derelict freighter in maybe a 3-star system? To be honest, I'm not sure. I haven't tried that one, if that was your question. Yeah. But that's the question I've seen, Tojan. Yeah, and that's what I'm meaning as well, the derelict emergency beacon. But remember what I said. He said, do you have or need a system with a derelict freighter? You get all the time S upgrades. So let's break this down. So he's saying, do you have or need a system with a derelict freighter to get well, the time one, I'm thinking expedition time, S upgrades? So no, you don't. I got them all from battles, you know. So that's the way I see it, as it's written. So you do me, yeah. Yeah, I'll show you my upgrades here. You get ones for trade. This is 15% expedition trade. This one here is, what's that one again? Mining, okay. This one here is for science. This one here, that's defenses. That one is the expedition speed. So maybe you mean, you know, quicker time. Expedition efficiency. Yeah, that kind of stuff. But all of the S's. I've only done, to be honest, I've only done a few of the derelict freighters, and it's very, very disappointing. You know, just the B's. I don't know. Maybe it's possible to get them from that. Hmm. Over. Oh, so it's possible. Nice. Oh, hi Diamondback. And how have you been? And what have you been up to? Anything interesting with you? But remember, I've just been playing this a little while, guys. All I'm doing is, you know, just telling you what I understand of it so far. You know? But what I've found about these kind of games, you know, when it comes to, let's say, spawn chances, and when it comes to getting stuff here and there, what I've found with these kind of games, what works on someone's game might not work on another. They can be pretty finicky and kind of pretty buggy, you know. Right, okay. So, yeah, basically that's what all I've been doing on this. So I'll get the decorations done later. Oh yeah, this is the little ship here, and I'm kind of sorry now that I didn't have a better look for an S-class one. but I forget what the planet is. Yeah, it's kind of grown on me, to be honest. It's not that piece of junk there. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. On one of these. How can you understand something if you don't know what? If you don't know what you want? Well, if we go back to that again, Corin, as I said, I can only interpret it by what's written. And it said, do you need a system with a derelict freighter? Well, the way I can see that is you get all the time. Oh, all the time, it means all S upgrades. Oh, I get it, yeah. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, it still applies, you know. Is there a way that you can always get an upgrade guaranteed? Well, on my playthrough, on my game, I have, and you can check the VODs on it. If I get one of those attacks, you know, where you kind of break in, and you find a pirate ship, a pirate frigate attacking a fleet, the way I have to do it is take out the 4 engines, wait till they finish off the fleet, and basically wait till they do that, then take out the shields that surrender. I get 100% every single time an S upgrade from my freighter. Now, Rate was on here earlier, and he said he'd tried that system at home, and that's a different game, different playthrough, and he said he'd done it a number of times, and yeah, it's guaranteed. As long as the freighter doesn't survive, you get the S grade, or the S-class upgrade, guaranteed every time. Not sure if it'll work on your game. It's working on mine, and it's working on Rates. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully your day will get better. Not too bad, just tired, that's all. Oh, no problem, yeah. Oh, I'm no good with emojis, guys. Yeah, I'm too old. I'm way too old. Yeah. But what I find, guys, with these games, you know, when it comes to mechanics of spawning and stuff, you know, and stuff that's in wiki or whatever the case may be, or, you know, what I found in games when it comes to spawning, what might work on someone's game, you know, might not exactly work on another one's. There's always these little problems in games, you know. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But at the end of the day, it's just a game, you know. I haven't got a clue what those emojis mean. Yeah. Yeah, I just can't keep the emoji thing in my head. Oh. So, okay, yeah, I'll show you this little thing. I don't know if they're common, but it's kind of weird. But I'm sorry I didn't get it out now for an S-class. Yeah, there it is. What put me off was the colour, to be honest. Had I known how rare it was, this is an A-class. Now, I know it looks kind of ugly like that, but just watch this. Ah, that's a neat little ship, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pity I can't remember where I got it. But if I find something similar again, I think I'll go for it. I thought these were common, apparently not. But unfortunately it's grown on me now, and I forget where I picked it up. But it's an A class. If I wanted to, I could upgrade it to an S, but you know, where's the fun in that? I might eventually. If I get too bored with grinding looking for an S. It's not like I don't have the cash for it. Overall, yeah. Always one day at a time, Diamondback. No? Oh, you're better than I am, Corin. I haven't a clue, guys, what those emojis mean. So, okay. I suppose while I'm here, I'll dump off some of this junk we have, and we've got about another 20 minutes-ish. And, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. I can get rid of the junk later. I've been looking for, I've been looking to do some of those little quests for those factions. I wanted to kind of max out everything before I move on to the end of this game. And then I still have to finish that settlement, but that will go pretty quick, you know. I think. But we'll get back and we'll see what we can do. We haven't got that long left. You fluff, yeah? But I think I've been over 500 systems in this game. What I usually do is I've maxed out all the standing in the factions, so you know, any stuff that I have for free I can take. And usually there's a lot of stuff I want, like you know, it used to be frigate tech things, so I don't need those anymore. And I've got a ton of multi-tool upgrades and you know, stuff for my ship. But some of them have actually the storage modules for the freighter. So that's what I'm really looking for. Plus, I'm always on the lookout for some exotic ships. I want to get 3 of roughly the same kind of type. 3 different pilots. And I'm nearly sure, I'm almost certain I did see one of those travelers you meet. A pilot. And that would be cool. To actually, you know, get one of those. Near, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, they're the guys, but I'm nearly sure I've seen one a pilot. I didn't know how rare it was. I'm nearly sure I've seen it twice. But I should have maybe taken a screenshot of it. But I've already been here, so we try that guy. So... Oh, sugar. I took the wrong ship. I forgot I took the wrong ship. This is really the one thing about this game. You know, you can't change your ship from the station. That's a pity. Yeah, I brought the wrong ship. But honestly, I've been looking for something small like that. Black, if I could get it. You know, or very dark in colour. An S-Class. Be a miracle if I find one. I've done a ton of grinding on this game looking for that, and it is one of the most elusive things ever. Now, I could do the easy thing and go to probably YouTube or something and, you know, dial in an address, but, you know, where's the fun in that? The whole fun is discovering one yourself, you know? We are all in this together. We probably are. You can. Yeah? Hang on, let's go back if you can show me. I never seen it. But that's cool. Let me just change it here. So where do I go? I've been to all the consoles, but to be honest, I didn't really look into it that much. So you can switch your ship at the station. Cool. Let's have a look. Let me go back to that station. Where is it? I couldn't find a way. Because it was handy when I was scrapping ships if I could kind of change it from there. You know, I've been making runs scrapping the ships. I can change it here. I can call it in, let's say, at any of my bases. But I could never find a way of changing it at the station. That would be really cool. Never looked at it. Ah, sugar. That's... Oh my god, don't tell me I missed that. There, let's go back. So I don't have to go to a console to call it or anything. Let me see. Yeah, the quick menu here. Like you'd call it in, let's say, like it's on the ground. I didn't think you could do that. Let me see. Not working here, guys. So let's say I'm here. This is my quick menu. So let's say I want to call in... I don't know, maybe it's a PC thing. So this is the call-in thing here. So we're going in here. So let's say I want to call in that Summon X Burn. So I'll click on that. And yeah. I can't call it in. Could it be a console thing? In the station you just have to call your other ship like on... No, won't work for me. That was the very first thing I tried here. Oh, I did I? Oh, you're kidding me. I'm so silly. Just because I didn't see it. Like the other ship, I thought it wasn't coming in. You're 100% right, guys. I didn't see the stupid thing. You know when you have it on a planet and you can see the ship when it comes in? But because I didn't see it, I thought it didn't appear. Ah, that's just so silly. Ah, you're kidding me. Yeah, when you're on a planet, when you do that. I couldn't see the thing, so I didn't expect it to come in. Oh, that is really silly. That is really silly. Ah well, at least I know now. Yeah. I was always looking for the exotics. I only tried it once, and when I couldn't see the ship itself, you know when you call it in the planet, you'll kind of see the outline of the ship. So I assumed you couldn't call it in here. Oh. Ah well, at least I know now. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, they'll swap out. As long as I've been coming to those stations, I think when I started scrapping them, I said, I'll see if I can call in another ship so I don't have to keep going back. So I went like this, and let's say I wanted that ship. And I just did this, and I didn't see it. You know, usually you drag it across the floor kind of thing, you know. And I thought that's it. I can't call it in here. I should have experimented a bit more with it. But you know me. Oh, for goodness sake. Ah well, at least I know now. Yeah, I didn't know that. I assume because I couldn't see it when I was trying to bring it in, I could land it wherever I wanted on any one of these like I could on the planet. But there is some kind of swap out thing on them. From that and your last ship, yeah. Brutal. Okay. Live and learn, yeah. I have a habit of rushing things sometimes. I was assuming, and you know what assuming can do, that if it was calling it in like that, it would be something like doing it on the planet, where you'd kind of see the ship, the outline of it coming in. And then I think I pushed a button, nothing happened. Then I went back. I probably didn't see the ship come in behind me. Oh my. Yeah, I expected it to be dramatic. It would come in, you know, with all of the thrusters going and all of that stuff. Could have been one or the other. I think it would be the latter. It would have been the latter. Ah, well. Anyway, there's so many things you've got to do with this menu. It does become a little bit overwhelming sometimes. Now, we have got roughly about 15 minutes, so what I want to do is I want to grind out these, looking for some modules for a moment. Your fuel gas is starting to get a bit humid now from that cold morning we had. Yeah, it's starting to heat up here again. I don't know, when it starts to do that, I find it pretty hard to breathe. Oh, yeah, not so much here. Well, let's say last night, early this morning, it did. Even though I was watching the temperature on my laptop, it was much warmer than yesterday. But it's just in my feet. I get it. The end of it, I think it's mostly blood. Well, it is blood pressure, really. So maybe, maybe tonight, maybe my blood pressure wasn't that great. It's got to be that. But that's what happens, when you've got bad blood pressure. Your extremities, especially your feet, they're always cold. I mean really cold. You can feel it in the bone, kind of thing. Well, you see, I can't even trust this thing here for the right temperature, even though it's a laptop, because, yeah, it's Microsoft thing. And it is an old laptop that I had in storage. I think, it's older than I am. But it said it's 3 above. Yeah, so it's 3 above here. Yeah, I wanted to get rid of some of that junk anyway. There. Now, let's see what we've got in... Oh, I'll try those modules later, to be honest. Yeah, okay. We're good. I can put this all away later and clean up and do whatever I need to do. But we'll have to start making strides in this game, guys, with this underwater base we wanted to do. I'll have to go looking. Well, basically, when they dropped me off in this game, my first system had a paradise planet. I thought they were pretty common. But I've been to over 500 systems and I've only seen one other. And I didn't mark it, unfortunately. So apparently they're very rare. But we'll have to do that underwater base. Get a chance to do those biomes as well. Now, we'll have to start taking missions eventually from these guys. So... Kill 2 predators. What kind of predators are we talking about? All of these. No, something well, a little less messy than that, let's see. Yeah, something simple, like shoot up some pirates or something. Oh, let me see. We'll keep... Well, sometimes you'll get a little area where you get a lot of those upgrades. But we'll go really to a bad 1-star system. You have probably a better chance. Yeah? It's never been really too cold here, you know, within reason. Oh, that sounds horrible. I remember, I think maybe it was about 10 years ago, Randy, we had a freak cold snap. Yeah, some kind of freak thing happened. And I think it dropped to about 7 or 8 below. And, yeah, the whole country was at a standstill. But I remember I went out and I had tons of warm clothing and all of that stuff and a hood, and I think, you know, even I had, you know, kind of balaclava thing over my face, and it was a waste of time. Yeah, I don't think I could cope with that kind of cold. Yeah. Did you get that? Did you get that kind of cold snap about 10 years ago as well? Where it went really freakish really quick. The only time I've ever felt that is when I was a kid, when I was working in a factory. You know, we would be putting stuff into a large chill, and you'd feel that in your lungs, yeah. Yes, that's what we have. Humid. All the time. Like, we've had guys moving here from Eastern Europe that would have been living in, you know, really cold conditions. Like kind of Siberia conditions. These guys were hard, you know. You know, very, very tough with weather. But they almost died when they came here. Because of the kind of humid, damp climate. You know, very, very hard to get used to it. Yeah. It's a strange feeling, Randy. It's hard to explain. You know, where, you know, some parts of your body could be kind of burning up while others would be, you know, a little on the cold side. Yeah. So you've got small island surrounded by water. We're unusually close to the, you know, the jet stream. You know, that kind of warm air current, which protects us from most of the weather coming from the US side. And we have way too much cloud cover. So it's strange, you get little downpours and then it would stop and it would be, for the most part, bright and reasonably warm. Ideal for growing, getting a little rain and then a little sun, then a little rain, a little sun. So that's why the whole place, I suppose, is so green. The irony is, the soil here, there's a lot of lime content, So not everything we could grow. Then 50, yeah? That's small. Yeah. Yeah, what I remember from Denmark is lots of little islands, lots of little ferries. Yeah. Very rarely I see snow. The last decent snowfall Randy I seen was in '84. I kind of miss it, to be honest. But the downside is, you don't get long summers, and they're very overcast. Less of a summer, and it's more like being in a sauna, Kind of depressing. Yeah, it's roughly about the same here. But remember, was it the Christmas before last? Remember when I was streaming on Christmas Day, Das, and it was 100% humidity. But roughly the weather Das gets, the humidity is nearly always the same here. Also, yeah, that would be cool. I could make a snowman. Yeah, well, something, I suppose. Not exactly what I was looking for, but we'll take it. Yeah, you can take that. Why not? Where did I pick up the salvaged? Well, I must have picked it up somewhere. Apparently, I picked it up somewhere. Now you're really wasting your time looking for multi-weapons here. They're rubbish. Let's see if we can pick up a little quest. But when I first started this game, I was getting tons and tons of storage modules for freighters when I had no freighter. And now that I've got a freighter, it's always the case, isn't it? I cannot find one for the life of me. Okay. I don't know. I don't want to get into that, to be honest. This planetary and all of that. No, I'll tell you what we might do. I want to kill pirates. We'll go to a pirate system and we'll take out a few pirates. Yeah, the problem with those, they'll send me down to a planet and we'll be forever getting around it. 72, is it? Oh, that's not bad. I can function pretty well in anything below 90. It doesn't really bother me, anything below 90, but once it starts to creep past 90, I can kind of feel it, But I suppose it's more my age as well, There was a time when it didn't bother me at all. I see my doggos are ganging up on me. Hello, Toby. I swear, I think they can almost tell the time. Are you waiting for me? I'll be ready in a moment. We'll watch some TV, will we? No? Those Pomeranians, they're as needy as little kids. Yeah, I've got some pains here and there, all right. You know, well, especially my right big toe joint. You know, it gets, my hip on my left side and my back. Yeah. But it's not too bad. I can kind of cope with it, you know. Gotten used to it. It's not at the stage where I have to take any medication. Ah, there it is. We found one, guys.
Product received.
That's what I like to see.
Product received.
Ah, you think I'm donating that back? You are tripping. There, so if we stick around this little system here, usually you'll get more of them. And we'll look out for some guys we can Shanghai for our fleet as well. Probably, yeah, probably. Yeah, we won't even bother checking that. We might be on a run now with those little modules. Well, basically, the joint pains and stuff like that, there's a lot of factors in that one. Even genetics can take a part. But usually it's, the type of work you're doing, if it's physical. So it's just basic wear and tear. If you had a machine that was doing a certain job and eventually, bearings and cogs and stuff will go and you just replace them. Unfortunately with human beings it's not the same. So that would, basically, the fluid would get low, you would get that bone, kind of grinding on bone kind of thing. You get arthritis and then rheumatoid arthritis, kind of advanced kind of thing. But genetics can play a part as well, obviously. It does on the female side of my family. Not so much on the male. But yeah, being old is a good way of having problems like that as well. But even a lot of athletes, let's say, with high impact sports like football and athletics and that, they all have problems, very young ages, with joints. But that would be impact stress more than anything. But yeah, it's just stuff wears out. I've seen some really bad arthritis in people's fingers, but I haven't got that. You can get some really advanced stuff. Yeah, mine is just kind of the usual kind of, garden variety stuff. I can feel, yeah, well, what happens there is the drop in air pressure. Yeah, the drop in air pressure does it. But yeah, it's been proven that, if your arthritis is bad enough, you can actually feel it. It's the mileage. It is. And sometimes a combination of both. But mostly the mileage, quite right. The mileage is the thing. It is, yeah. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. That's horrible looking, isn't it? That's some really advanced cases, That's the guy, but he didn't exactly have the right stuff, but we'll forgive him.
Received.
We'll forgive him. Ah, I've done my 6 hours. Let me see. Well, we saved this anyway. So that was my Saturday night, Sunday morning stream, wasn't it, guys? It was. Do you know what you'll find when you get old enough? You know, when you're retired and you know you have zero to do with your days, you'll literally forget what day it is. They seem to have no meaning. I am, yeah, pretty new. I've been playing since about 3 days a week, streaming it since the big update they had, the Worlds 2 update. And how have you been, car enthusiast? And my apologies, I've been on 6 hours and we're just getting ready to raid. Off-roading, yeah. Don't they? Yeah. But if you have no plans for your day count, you know, let's say, you know, the usual thing, you know, you're going to work and you got to get that done and you've got something, and, you know, time has importance in that sense when you've got to achieve certain things. But when you're retired and, you know, that's all over and pretty much the days are your own, which sounds good, and it is and it isn't. You know, there's an up and it is a downside. Yeah, you'll just lose track of days. What season we're in, really? But I used to be very good with time before. Never late for work, never late for an appointment. Always very punctual. Not anymore. It is. Time is in itself is an illusion. It's just something we judge how, or how could I put this? Our sands of life run out, really, isn't it? You know? Time is a construct of our making. It's how we judge. Basically how long we have. It's all an illusion. But it does create a certain kind of order, obviously. At once, yeah. There's a few theories, but science has always been based on, you know, our best understanding of something. You know, you can imagine if we went back 200 years, you know, the accepted science would be, you know, all kind of very silly to us now. And no doubt in another century, what we believe now will be probably mostly disproved. But when it comes to the universe and how it operates, we know about as much about that as maybe a flea knows about a dog that it's living on. You know? There's so much to learn. Oh, I'm just grinding. I haven't been doing any quests. I've pulled back on the quests, Prodigy, because, you know, I didn't want to finish it too early. I've been grinding on a freighter and I wanted to build some settlements and just chatting and hanging out and just, you know, messing about, finding stuff to do. But I'll show you how far I've been on this. So you see I'm at the purge. So, you know, I don't think there's much left on the storyline. If I finish the storyline, I'll probably lose interest and move on. So there's still a good bit I wanted to do. So what I usually do on this is just, you know, hang out and chat. The game is pretty secondary. Through Hourglass, yeah. So are the days of our lives. Absolutely. Yeah, same here. I can remember a time when it was more like 5 days a week, and they'd pick one special day where it was a half day. You remember that, Daz? Now you've got them open 7 days a week, 24/7. All business, business. Hmm. Yeah. They're pretty good. Yeah, the entire game is good. Car enthusiast. I've been impressed by this, as I have by a lot of indie developers, like Iron Gate that did Valheim, and the guys that did Subnautica. They're the only ones doing anything decent now, and it's not toxic. You know, these so-called AAA studios. They've been churning out slop for so long, and telling you should be happy to get it. So I've been more and more turning to these kind of games. 60 seasons. Yeah, they listen to the communities, and then, they're indie developers starting off that have a lot of passion for the project, building it from the ground up and making something of it. Whereas, the other companies, they're usually buying IPs or buying stuff and milking it basically for what it's worth, and then, abandoning it when they have it broken enough. Take Fallout 4, for instance. They've milked that for what they could with Decoration Club and everything else, and, they did a so-called next-gen update, and as far as I know, that was like 6 months ago. They haven't fixed it yet. The last time I played it was unplayable, But you'll be happy to know that there is, I don't know if you remember it, but it was one of my favourites. It was Oblivion. There is a redo of that coming out. Rumour has it as maybe as soon as next month, but this is only rumour. But apparently Microsoft did not let BGS do this, and Todd and the crew. They handed it over to some other company. I forget the name, but I think it's a Chinese company. They've got 4,000 employees. They usually do a lot of support. They worked on some, they even worked on Cyberpunk, on Liberty City, is it, or something? They worked on that. So they're apparently very talented. And there's rumours that they might be kind of getting into the business, so they're doing it on Unreal 5. So we'll see how that goes. But I'd be pretty happy if anyone except BGS was doing it, because I know what would happen if BGS did Oblivion again. They would change the graphics, tweak the graphics a little bit, add a couple of flowers, add more bugs, not fix the ones that's there, and add a few Creation Club quests, and break the game, and then just desert it. So, who knows? So, okay guys, let me just save this one up. So that was my 2 weekend days. That was my last one for the week. The next time you will see me, guys, is my official time of Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time, which is Wednesday morning, early my time. And then Friday and Saturday again. And of course, I know I keep saying it, but sometimes I do. I feel well enough to do more days. Yeah. But lately I haven't been feeling the best, to be honest. Still waiting on some results, and feeling a little spent all the time. And my pleasure having you here, Car Enthusiast. So take care, everyone, and stay safe. Hope to see you again on Tuesday. But remember, I'll always keep my Tuesday, Friday and Saturday, no matter what happens. And even if I'm sick, I'll still come on those days. And you too, Randy. And thanks for hanging out. So thanks everyone for the raids, for the follows, for the likes, and for viewing. I appreciate it, guys. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. So goodbye, Randy, Car Enthusiast, Nas, Corin, Suburban Werewolf, Des. My pleasure, anytime. Have a good one, Des. And of course, Lars. And take care. And let's see what else we have here. You know what my memory is like, guys, and thanks for stopping in, Prodigy. And again, thanks for that raid count, and of course your raiders. That was kind of you. And Tojan. We mentioned Randy and Das and Count. Let's see what else we have. Oh, and of course Diamondback. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Diamondback, and I hope you and your family are doing well. A very nice guy, Diamondback, new streamer. Yeah, check him out if you get the chance. He streams, and so does his wife, and he recently had a little kid. I think it's his first. Let's see what else is here. And I forget if they were on or not, but if you're watching, Terry, Hufflepuff, I think Hufflepuff is on, yeah. And Tigger, have a wonderful day, and take care, and stay safe. And thanks for following, Car Enthusiast. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. And of course Diamondback. Yeah, I think he was on earlier. I think it was after his stream. And sorry, Randy, I did see your message about Diamondback, but that was after I did the raid. You know, once I start to bring up the raid thing on this, I'll lose my message board on this for a little bit until I do the raid, and then I can see the messages after. So once I say I'm going in to check for someone, I kind of lose my message board. My apologies. But if we see him on again, yeah, absolutely, we will raid him. You know, absolutely. So again, guys, thanks for hanging out. So I will do this raid, and if you could bear with me for the tiniest of moments, we'll get this raid. I'll get something to eat, get these old bones to sleep, and yeah, we should be good. So okay, let's see who's streaming.